Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in, Diana. Welcome, welcome. Oh. Doesn't look like we've been burgled. It doesn't look like we've been burgled at all. Always a good thing. Was that us? Is that Boris getting shot? Who knows? Drunken Dave? Hello, hello. Wonder what weekend shenanigans we've got going on. Dogs. They sound like they're over in Chernarus. Good afternoon, Mr. Monk. Good afternoon. Lock's still on there. We could do with some more logs. And some more nails. And some more planks. Yep. Monk the negotiator. Definitely sounds like Boris got shot up on the hill. Or there was one shot. you reckon? I'm going to put this... I haven't got a gun that can take that. Yeah, the dogs are here now. Someone's fighting the zombie. Crossbow. If someone with a crossbow is around. They've not aggroed anything over there. Can't hear them. So the infected's dead underneath there. Hello, hello? Oof.
Sitting up here just lurking.
Yeah. Did you just take an infected down with a crossbow? Your crotch just down there.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
That was me.
Yeah.
Wondering why I was so quiet up here. So I was being watched.
Yeah. Yeah, there's been a couple of shots up on the hill, but you can hear the animals a lot better now.
Look different.
I still got it. It's just easier when you get a bit warm to take it off.
Yeah.
How are things?
Been any action around here?
I've literally only been around for a few minutes. I heard the shot up there, a couple of shots, but I think because you can hear the animals more, you'll probably hear a few more genuine hunting shots. We had a meeting with Mr. Churches yesterday, and basically they wanted us to sign something saying that we would not deal with a big list of groups. I know have you ever heard? I've heard of them, but I don't know anything about them. The Wizards of Magi or something. I've heard of the Wizards before, but I know nothing about them. The Covenant, which are the bagheads. So some of these we're not fans of anyway, but then they've added to the list Helping Hands, Dark Carnival. There were like seven names on the list. Cult of Papa. Well, clearly we're not going to knowingly help them, but quite often you don't know it's them.
Yeah. Did anybody sign this letter?
No, we didn't. That wasn't even up really for consideration. But I mean, there's always potential for seeing what might be able to be done. But in that circumstance, again, it's somebody else trying to dictate what we do to fit their means, and their means, in their opinion, is for the greater good. But it's their greater good, not how we do business. But, do you need some fish?
I had some rotten meat. Dogs.
They've gone quiet, haven't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we got shot at yesterday briefly. Apparently it wasn't from the insurgency, allegedly, as we were building bits and pieces upstairs. I was just going to collect some more logs, but I don't know how safe it is.
Well, are they the insurgency? Do they have a home somewhere?
Not they just
everywhere?
well, they may have, but it's not obvious. Or if somebody's helping them, or they're staying near somebody, it's not obvious either. But there's like 8 of them now, and they patrol. Well, I think they hit Snickersville, so I would say, and they raided the ORCC a couple of days ago as well. So they're probably quite well provisioned and stocked.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're
a growing threat.
Absolutely. When they're, and I think there's at least 8 of them now, if not more. Ah, Wade, welcome in. Mr. Hardwood himself. Yeah, so I mean, yeah.
So are they all 8 awake at the same time?
Not sure. But they do. You know, there was 4 of them yesterday at the meeting, and that's not to say there possibly wasn't 1 or 2 in the surrounding area, just in case. It went like peacefully enough, but it's a usual thing. We have to submit to their demands, essentially. That's what it is. You know, and you know, for the most part, with the cult on there. But then when they start adding things like the helping hands, you know, and then, you know, it's not someone we deem as being a bad group whatsoever. They may do stuff in, you know, to keep their group going, but nothing that any other group probably hasn't done. Joe, welcome in, Joe. Yeah, so it does seem to be. I mean, they'll probably still keep shooting at us. They'll probably even raid us. But yeah, I think we got burgled earlier in the week. I think we've plugged up the gaps for now, but you never really know. I don't know what all this is down here.
Order 20.
Do you want to have a look upstairs? Have you been upstairs? Have you just woken up?
I've just woken up. I woke up in Chernarus and did a bit of loot and scoot over there and here and saw and stuff. another door here.
Yeah, so once we, because the end, what we're going to try and do is put another one here, another one here, and then do something in here, because that's still only one wall, but trying to block off those stairs is it's not as straightforward as it seems.
No.
I've
seen it done in so many different ways now.
Yeah, and the way I thought was quite good just doesn't work here, unfortunately. It does somewhere. It does somewhere else, but it doesn't. It doesn't work here.
So how did they get in, the burglars?
We're not 100% sure, but possibly through the gap that was here. Because no matter how we placed it, they were able to like shuffle pretty much the whole way along this wall. Yes. And there's another way they possibly could have jumped from the roof onto that little gap that just by the door where we've put a wall. So jumping off the roof onto this little bit in here from there. No, not that gap, but yeah, jumping from the roof onto where I am from up there. If you got it right.
Yeah.
These can all get dug out, but I think that you can't drop down, but you can get round that corner if you use illegal methods. So there's nothing we can really do about that. But if we panel these off, I'm not sure they'll be able to get in. That's a small door in there. That's a small door.
Logs closer to the edge, it's almost impossible to get around them.
Yeah. Yeah, so that has got a little top bit to it as well, those logs. So if you have it that too far, they can stand on the bit that sticks out. But you can probably edge it out a little bit more. So Roscoe's done quite a lot of building up here, and he knows where some of the weak spots are. Yeah. Oh, that sounds like Mokolevka.
Homies.
I think Roscoe's one of the OG ones, Dave. Yeah, I think so. I think he's a woodsman long before me. Yeah, it's difficult to know what to, you know. I do want to try and get some logs, even if we just dig them in so we can put them in somewhere later. But shots in up north. I'm just going to put the radio on the first channel, just see if I can hear.
I got a smaller hatchet. I could help you with that.
Yeah, what I might do is just keep my shotgun on me and a few rounds, and just drop everything else and just start cutting logs down and putting them by the back door. Potentially.
How many logs do you think you need?
I think if we clear the ones just closest to us, because we actually, as far as I can tell, and again I could be wrong, once that wall's in and that gate, well, we need, I think, this one needs building and blocking off, so you can actually stand in here without getting sniped from the industrial. But it's what we do in here, you know. Do we do two big armories, because that, you know, because to build another layer here, you're always looking at about 7 panels there or thereabouts. And I know we might be able to push it out a bit further, so we can actually encompass the ladder, because that's if they can't get on the roof easily, that's one major problem solved.
Can we just build something, a wall in front of the ladder?
I think it's gonna. I think you can do 2. I think you can do like a triangle, or, you know, 3/4 of a triangle, 2 walls at an angle. Anything too close to it, and I think you know as well as me, if you can see the ladder, it allows you to climb onto it. And for some reason, it's really easy to climb up that. So I think if we do a couple of walls at whatever angle to enclose it, that should stop them getting up on there. But there is like the brick pile next to it, so it's not. You know, with the help of somebody else, they might be able to get over it. Well, so when it comes to like the raincoat and armband, there'll be times when we haven't got them, you know, like we haven't got a collection. So there's no problem if you haven't got the stuff, if we haven't got it, if you know what I mean. But it's something that I still reckon that people, if they recognise it, for the most part, it's saved us rather than us getting shot, for the most part. But yeah, if we haven't got like a surplus, there's no problem. No, well, it's not so much, for my opinion, it's more you know, when you've got the chance to wear it, you wear it. You know, if you go after anybody, you want them to know, or, you know, it will backfire sometimes when they shoot you first. But yeah, I'll be the same. If I've got it, I'll wear it, you know, and whatever comes from that, because it grants you superpowers, you know. just a raincoat is 50%. Raincoat and armband is 100% superpowers. So you know, it is frustrating. I understand that, but I would, if it's there, I'll always put it on. And that is one of the things, you know, with the raincoat, the storage is not great, but you get used to it. You know, it's part of the, you know, what we do. Obviously, the armband's the armband. But if I get coasted and there's nothing here, I don't sweat it. But as soon as we find it, I put it on. It does absolutely grant you superpowers.
You know whose big mountain backpack
Yours if you want it. That's anybody's. If it's, yeah, and have it. It's I think there's a combat one in here unless somebody took it. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, but there was a combat one in there as well. But yeah, that's just gone in there. Yeah, I'm probably going to drop my stuff on the stairs and just go out with a shotgun and a hatchet. And just, I'll get the ones closest to the road, both sides of the road, not go too far, and just start carrying them back to the back gate. Okie doke. go. Start chopping trees down. All right. Fan on. Different. It's not. Well, it's still warm, but it's not quite as warm. But it's a lot muggier today. So there'll probably be thunderstorms or something coming. Yeah. So there's still the stamina bug thing. Sometimes, but when you drop a log, you don't get your stamina back. You have to pick it up and drop it again. Because my stamina's not gone down. And I've picked a log up. Well, it has gone down, but it doesn't recover. So you have to pick something up and drop it again to get it back. So that can be a little bit frustrating. There we go, I've got it back now. Oh. Okay, well, so that far as they don't caught up on the stream. Yeah, I mean, in fairness to the insurgents, I don't think they've settled on an armband at the moment. So yeah, so I'm sure they, you know, so Testament, obviously, out of character, you can tell, you know, when people it's time in the server that definitely helps. But they've gone from, I mean, this has probably been planned, in fairness with them, it's probably been planned for quite a while. Again, you can invest as much time as you want into creating a story or a group, you know, and that's the thing. You can gloss over or you can go into it in quite, a great deal of depth. So they're gone from, again, probably a lot more behind the scenes than we realise, getting stuff ready, but they've gone from one person with a grudge to now quite a organised, and that's obviously members in the group, you know, probably hand picking them, you know, in a period of what seems, you know, a few months, you know, to the point where they can successfully raid the ORCC, and they'll soon start going up against other groups. So, you know, once you've got that time in the server, you know, and there's probably been a lot of work going on in the background, you know, because there's not a great deal that happens if you don't put the effort in. You know, not some things might happen by chance, but, you know, you have to come up with your plan, what you want to achieve. And they're going for it, so hats off to them. There's Mr. Gideon. I'm going to put them in one place. No, that doesn't really matter, does it? I'll put them...
Gideon. Mr. Gideon.
Even stuff as mundane as collecting logs, you know, has got its level of threat. You know, and you go into like carrion mode, and that's when somebody runs up on you. Punches you out. So the dogs, we didn't hear any more of the dogs, so they've obviously run after somebody else. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
There. I've just put them by the train tracks. The ones I've picked, picked up. That's interesting, yeah. But so from their group's point of view, they've set out their stall on what they want to do, you know, and they are trying to like cut the tail off the snake, which the head will die. So, you know, they've come up with their plan as a group. Now, people might not agree with the detail, but that's their plan. This is what they've come up with. Let's do my back. The world are good. Overextending, bending down there, lifting with the lower back. Doctor, I don't know how I hurt my back. What were you doing last week? Humping and dumping logs, overextending, you know, the usual in the apocalypse. I'll take a couple of ibuprofen, you'll be fine. Oh, we've fenced this off as well, haven't we? So we can't... You can sometimes pick them up in the gap. They're here, Roscoe. Just... I might go and gather some planks when we get these upstairs. And the good thing about having these dug in, if we need them somewhere else and they've not been built, we can just dig them up again and put them somewhere else. Yeah, so you can see I've got nearly full stamina normally. I think that was the last one, wasn't it?
Couple more up the road that you cut down.
Oh, is there? I thought I'd go and gather them up. Oh, somebody's cut.
Kitty, you're bleeding.
You're bleeding,
Kitty,
Gideon.
you're fucking bleeding, goddammit.
Yes, I know.
I ain't got time to bleed.
Bandages?
That's,
Oh my
that's
god,
my
you're
shoes.
sick. You're sick.
just
You
my
know that?
shoes.
Yeah, I'll go get you some shoes.
Got him, we got him.
Here you go. Oh, wait. bleeding.
Thanks, Ruskin.
Got his yellow Converse on now. See how quicker it is when you've got a few of you around. I mean, you can do it by yourself, you know, and if you have to, but it's so much quicker. I always laugh when Gideon and Couch says they used to second or any like freshies coming past, give them a couple of pieces of fish, and they would go into the swamp, cut down pretty much every tree they could see, and that was like a little pile, you know, a little row of army ants with logs in a little line, picking them up and come and dropping them off. Oh, sorry. Sorry.
You getting paid for this?
Well, I want to see the medical plan for, you know, I've not had any manual handling lessons or courses. There's no online training anymore. I thought they would at least do some, you know, mandatory classroom work or something before they got us to do all this.
Really don't even know how to cut these logs properly.
No, see, I've not even
I
had.
haven't even read it, the safety manual.
No, I haven't seen any risk assessments. I haven't. I mean I've probably done that, you know, and that is not a particularly straight cut. Not going to lie. Oh, the boss is here. Shh, 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 shh.
Okay.
Master has me working.
Getting shot from the hillside. Getting shot from the industrial. Hit me right in the backside. Ah, Jacob, welcome, welcome. Yeah, happy Saturday. Remember, keep on smiling. Yeah, we'll try to. We will try to. Dug any more of these up? No, no, no. Well, I'm going to put these...
done downstairs?
I think so. Yeah, I'm just going to go and grab. I'll just double check. There's no more logs. No, there's no more logs. There's no more logs.
Down there.
Oh, where's that pile there, Roscoe?
By the other embassy.
Uh-huh. Let me... put you on there. I can get 3 stacks in my bag as well. I do like
Good planks.
Yeah, let's go.
I don't have the last. Maybe we can find you a brand new raincoat while we're out here. Got your pants. I need some damn boots.
just pop the camera on now. Collecting materials. See, if you've never built bases, this will be alien, you know. Collecting planks of wood and logs. And I think the original, or you know, official, it's like vanilla DayZ. It sort of touches on, you know, it covers. You know, you're able to do quite a lot without going into detail significantly on each one because they know some people will never use it. So, like building mechanics. This one here, yeah.
Yeah, there's one right here, and there's another one inside.
I've got another saw on me as well if it's needed. And a sharpened stone. Perfect. You can just throw them up from here.
Everything's been quiet around here, Rusty.
I've not been awake that long, about an hour or so. Yeah, I heard Roscoe shoot somebody with a crossbow, an infected, with a crossbow earlier, but that was about it. Yeah, keep smiling. Lovely day again. Lovely day. Got my little fan on the go. Hopefully you can't hear that. I have got an aircon unit thing that you have to hang out of the window, but that is quite noisy. It's good, but there's just 4 planks left by the one underneath the embassy. There's just 4 planks left. But I mean, if it's hot consistently, I think I think the aircon units, the portable ones, are becoming more popular, but I think built-in house aircon over here, again, I suppose it may depend on where you live. You know, if it's that hot more often than not, but here it's, you know, like this for a few days. Famous last words. It's like this for a few days, and then it sort of it cools down again. But I suppose if you use it properly, you can like regulate the temperature. You know, you can keep it at a set, you know, temperature rather than necessarily being cold. Because the humidity, it's like, well, according to the computer, it's like 4 degrees cooler, so it's 24, but because of the humidity, it feels hotter to me. I think the key is not to move your position once you get that sweet spot. Is not to move. Mufasa, welcome, welcome. The legend returns. It's been well. I've only been on for about an hour or so, so it's been quite quiet. But that, you know, quiet doesn't mean a great deal, unfortunately, because you never know. But yeah, we're just trying to get stuff in place so when we do get nails, we can just start. Hello, hello?
Hello.
Oh, hello, hello. Yeah, let us know whenever you want to dabble on Mecha Chameleon, because I think that looks quite a good game. Or go on official again as well. Oh. We'll have to try and pin something down then. Like, there seem to be quite a few little updates, so I think it's progressing each time as well. Becoming, you know, when you see what some people are able to do with the art. But I suppose it's a bit like karaoke in some ways. The point sometimes isn't to be good, you know, it's having fun is the main thing, I think.
Hello.
Ah, Jeanette. Whereabouts are you?
How's it going, guys?
Good, good. How's it? Well, as good as it can in the apocalypse, I guess. How goes it with...
Yeah.
Oh.
It's going alright. Yeah, like, it could be better. Like, we fucking ran into that Harry Church motherfucker earlier out here. He stole my gun, that little bitch.
When was this? Earlier today?
Yeah, Jack knows about it, you know. Like, Jack was awake, and that's how we ended up getting behind the four-dial, but... He had to go sleep or something about eating lunch or something like that, and
Weakness.
we ended up going to sleep not long after. Yeah.
You know, not
I like the way you think of that.
lack of dedication. That's what that says. Nah, honest. But so, what did they shoot? Where did
when
they?
you normally get shot, you don't get your nice guns back, you know. So like, I'm fucking very thankful of Jack being around, you know. So when he's back around, tell him I'm super thankful, and so is everyone from Commence gonna be on this coin.
Absolutely.
Badass.
Absolutely. So what happened then, if you don't mind me asking? So you were driving past, or you pulled up, or what?
Yeah, pulled up in our usual spot, you know, because like you know, like we just swing by, see if anyone's in, and then we needed to cook some chicken up, so we just cooked up for a minute. And I can't tell you a hell of a lot because I went out to after we all finished. I went out to go to the car and put a spark plug in the radiator, battery back in the car, sort of like getting ready to set off. Next thing I know, my whole vision's gone black, and I woke up on the west side of Chernarus.
Uh-huh.
But I found out from the other lads. I dropped Wednesday, grabbed my AK off my body, dropped a couple of them, and yeah, like we probably gonna put a little wanted poster out for Luna, our red gunter.
Mm-hmm. So, what they were around here? They obviously saw you pulling up, and they were either in the swamp or in here, were they? Potentially
They weren't like too close, but like there was definitely like
close enough.
that direction, you know.
Yeah.
Like they weren't in the swamp. They were probably a bit more like northeast,
Yeah.
and had a certain angle on where I parked the car.
Yeah. Well, they hit us in the swamp, and they were like running that direction. When I managed to get back, they shot Tom. Tom came to investigate the shots in the swamp, and he had an IJ on him. Didn't know what was going on. Went in there to see if we were all right, and obviously they gunned him down as well.
Do you know, I'm in half a mind now, yeah, just because I've lost my gunter, one of the main things that I care so deeply about in this world, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I might even just start fucking, like, trying to persuade the lads to first have a word with the Fireflies, but if they fucking still relinquish all responsibility towards him, then we might just start dicking on the Fireflies and try and fucking pull him out of that in that way, you know, because I know he's still fucked with them lot.
Possibly. To be honest, I don't know how many are actually up there. It's probably more than I realised, but they've lost quite a few to him, you know.
Yeah, I've been hearing he's pretty strong right now. You
Yeah.
know, and he asset denied ORCC, like took all of their tents, all of their barrels, and left them with nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack was saying when he was up there, I think the trouble is it happened to us before as well. It's the people that come in after them, and it's difficult to know who done what at that point, if you know what I mean. Because when we got visited, it wasn't as bad when they left, but when we woke up, it was quite, a lot worse. So I think there might have been other people coming in after them. But either way, because we had a little... Just come up to the... Gideon, if you got the lock for here?
I do. I got it.
Yeah. I'm just going on quiet voice. I'll turn the light off as well so we don't get shot through the thing. But yeah,
can you bear with me 1 second?
Yeah.
I just need to go in my
One.
head and find something.
One.
Sec.
1 second. 1 second. 1.
Maybe like 20.
20. All right. I can't count that high.
Hello.
Yeah. So what was their reasoning for going after you then? Do you know, or is it what is there?
It's probably just as simple. Probably something as stupid and as simple as we parked outside the embassy.
Probably. You weren't on their list of people we were supposed to deny assistance to when they wanted us to sign a list yesterday of groups that were deemed as their enemies of the state sort of thing. It started off with the Helping Hands were at the top of the list. It was it then went I think the Clowns, BTG, FL, Dam, the Bagheads / Covenant, the Wizards of Magica. And I've heard of the Wizards, but I don't know anything about them.
I've heard about them as well. I've never seen them.
But that was I didn't know how much of a snake Roy was, but before he was officially outed as being in there, he came down here, and it takes a lot. But I think when you feel like you've been let down by somebody, it takes a lot to get that back. But he was down here hiding from, not down here, but he was around here after he left Northern Oasis, and I always thought he was all right. And he came down here, he said, I've just had enough of them up there, so I'm leaving. If anybody comes looking for me, say you haven't seen me, which I thought fair enough, so he came down, and I gave him some 308. And then Highlander came past fresh, woke up from being up north somewhere. He started to sneak in to start with, and I got my gun out, and as soon as I heard his voice, I put it away. Well, he went scurrying to Harry and told him about, we're dealing with FL sort of thing. When we treated him like he was some sort of mafia boss, and all I did was give him a piece of dog meat. I gave Roy some 308. We don't.
Special as well, is it?
It's nothing special. It's nothing special. It was a piece of dog meat. That's the only piece I had on me. And, he had that, then went on his way. And like when you guys were down here, if I recognise anybody like that, I try and get them. They don't necessarily want to hang around here either. They just want to go and, get back. But for people's benefits, I try to get them to move on as quick as I can. But yeah, he said to Mr. Churches that we treated, I treated Highlander like he was some sort of mafia boss. Put my gun away, changed my tone. Well, yeah, if I recognise anybody, you're going to be more friendlier to them.
Yeah, it's going to go from potential hostile to whatever relationship you've got with that person. So the tone is expected to change. I agree.
Yeah, and again, so I gave, I think it was either just before then or just after, I can't quite remember, I gave Roy some 308. And again, that's what they used to go up and start shooting at the Helping Hands with. And they tried to use that as an example of when we help the bad people, that's what potential can happen. But I said, well, you're the same as them then, if you've done exactly that. And to me, a piece of dog meat, although it may taste a bit rough, hasn't got the same effect. We don't give them ammunition.
Yeah.
Well, wrong. If they need a pistol to defend themselves against the dogs, and we've got like an IJ or something, yeah. But we don't start giving people AKs, SKs, anything like that, unless
if you come across an AK, I did lose an AK here today. Coincidentally, now you mention it.
Right, I'll keep an eye out.
I'm chatting shit.
Yeah,
I don't worry about the AK.
But the thing is, one, we're not having people dictate who we can and can't, deal with. And now you can take deal with in whatever combination of, understanding that you want, But if you were short and we had an SK, we'd give you an SK, no problem, because you've helped us out in the past beyond that, So yeah, we don't trade in guns, but certain people that we know, there's no question, it's no question if we've got it spare or if you need it. You can have it because the same will be reciprocated, but that's not quite the same as with those other groups. It does with them. They don't even ask us for stuff because they know we have hardly anything most of the time. It is literally just a couple of pieces of fish and off they go.
Yeah, like it's a little bits that they appreciate most of the time. I always think of you guys, like you're not like a trading post or anything. You are maybe like to help like people just after they waking up, like people want to have a little chin wag, come over here, have a good time, get some grub, say hello to some friendly faces, and then enjoy themselves,
Yeah, and we have to know them before we even consider, going any further than a couple of pieces of fish. But we don't trade. It's just to help anybody off the coast. And our main thing is saving time for people like yourselves to get back up north. And it does include those other groups. But again, we don't differentiate in that regard to somebody that needs assistance. It is all a matter of perspective. But, for yourselves, it's just saving you time. That 20 minutes, half an hour it would take you to get a rod, get a bit of rope. We just try and save you some time to get back up north. And for newer people, that's what we're here for in the main part, for the newer people. And yes, that person coming through could be a cannibal, but we don't know. That could be a bandit, but we don't know, And our hope is if we try and shape or at least show them that it's not like every other land, they may choose to survive differently. If they don't, nothing we can do about that. We can't control. And if you don't look after your group, you have to look inwardly initially before you start looking outwardly, because you'll never get set up. And it's always a case of, I think they said. I think they raided the ORCC. They said, 'cause they're quite open about it, that it was because they deal with those groups. But they're a trader. Now, I can't imagine what it would be like to try and establish as a trader, but I guarantee, in the most part, if they want to maintain their
But they have a field day when they find out it was up at our fucking event the other day and we didn't shoot him on sight because we're not really like that, Like we had the Colt and FL turn up, and like the Colt did end up getting fucking shot up and like put down, but we had some questionable people turn up at our event, but like we let them say their piece and then we sort of let the crowd manage themselves, Like if the Colt's trying to shoot the crowd, like we don't take the weapons out of the crowd anymore. Like we don't demag anyone.
No.
And we just let people fucking like manage it themselves. To be honest, Coin didn't kill anyone that day or send anyone to the coast. It was all just crowd work, So it sort of takes the blame off us a little bit, because like people just self-manage if you keep the bullets in their guns.
Yeah. Well, it's easy to judge another group. Now, as a trader, if I was a trader, I would rather, and again, you can go about ethics and morals and stuff, but I would rather deal with a group that if I denied entry to would just raid me and take what they wanted. As a trader, you need to trade. Now, you can be selective, but, it's like us. If we'd have agreed, on that list was like the Cult and the Bagheads, we're against them anyway. But when it comes to people like the Helping Hands...
Have you ever heard of that Lucium?
I've heard the name. I've heard the name, but I cannot remember when and where. But I've heard the name Lucium before, possibly even coming past here, because it is quite a standout name, and I'm sure I've heard it before.
Well, whoever he is, I don't know who he is. We saw he left a note up at the pub with him and another girl. I can't remember the name on the note, but that's the Colt's number 12 target, like that, or like number 11 or 12, but one of the two.
So I would guess he's in a group, I guess, or was. You know, because
I don't know.
because I think the ones they've gone after before, as far as I'm aware, and we were up in Mokolevka, they were all in groups. But I can't, for the life of me, I can't remember his name or where I heard the name. But I definitely heard Lucian. Definitely heard Lucian.
Well, when the cult was doing his speech, like the crowd was sort of like, "Who the fuck is Lucian?" sort of thing, and like that was the general consensus in the crowd. So I think like not a lot of people are aware of like that fella. I think like he might be somebody who's washed up pretty recently, but for some reasons on the cult's radar.
Yeah, like I say, I can't remember where I heard the name before. I think.
Oh, Gideon, come back here, man. I see you got some sexy ass shoes. Do you want to trade for the Woodsman green?
Yeah, I don't even like these. Yeah, thanks, man.
I just thought that. I was just walking away.
That see drip.
Perfect, thanks.
The drip is there.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, they suit Gideon a lot more, you know, the Woodsman green. And, the honest coin yellow is definitely my cup of tea, I think. Like, you don't see many people wearing yellow. You'd have loved it, actually, the other day, Rusty. Do you know Plank from Oathbound?
Yes.
He found my my tracksuit stash around the honest coin whilst the event was on.
Right.
And he had the yellow crown helmet on as well at the same time. So then instead of turning up as Plank, he cosplayed as me for the evening.
Did he? Could
Yeah. Full tracksuit, helmet, everything.
Zucchini?
Like, yeah, he was lacking on the zucchini. That was the only way you could identify the real Jeanette from the fake imposter, you know.
I think that's, you know, that is something we're going to have to work on if we see it. We're going to have to ask them to see the zucchini because that's the only deciding factor.
Yeah, have a look today, yeah? Like, I've been on the coast and all sorts.
Fantastic.
Still got a zucchini in there.
Yep. Fantastic. That is...
You just never know, like, when someone needs to see a zucchini. Like, Harry Churches, earlier, when he shot me, it would have been greeted by a zucchini and 2 tomatoes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate it as well, yeah, because they always fucking point me out for some reason in like, combat. Like, I'm not saying, like, this is the first time we've came in combat against Harry Churches, but most of the time people do love shooting me first. I think it's my yellow tracksuit. I'm too sexy. Oh, here's more coiny and fucking Tanya and Wednesday.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah,
Is the honest going?
Yeah. Do you want me to let you up?
Yes, please.
Yeah, no problem.
That would be great. Yep.
In fact, you have water in there, because we might need to go get
Do you guys have water up there?
No, we haven't.
Oh,
I need to go to the well if you want.
Yeah, we can go.
Oh.
Hello. Jeanette was Jeanette was just telling me about the running you had down here.
Yeah, I met your friend.
Yeah.
Wednesday knows a lot more about what happened, you know, because he weren't the first one to be shot, so like he'll have a bit more of the story to tell. Wednesday, Tanya, come on over. We're gonna go get some water quick.
Do you need to repair those? I've got a sewing kit if you need
Yeah,
one.
I have a sewing kit. I'm good, thank you.
No problem.
Throw them on you. Your legs might get a bit nippy there, you know.
Yeah, I was walking naked around.
Good
Didn't
lord.
notice.
Good lord.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna see me.
Well, you'd be
It's
surprised.
nighttime.
You'll be surprised. We have peepers up on the hill
Yeah.
quite often. You probably made their day.
Yeah.
Yo, Rusty,
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Harry Churches, what does he look like? Does he have like a shaven head? Like bald but growing back like a number one?
He normally has a hat on,
Yeah,
I think.
longer hair.
I don't think I see him.
Just saw a guy then, black cap and a black bandana and a grey hoodie, and like a shaven head. Someone said it might have been Harry Churches, and I gutted because I didn't shoot him.
I'm not sure.
Well, the last time I saw him, it was winter, and he had like woolly hat on and a scarf and all sorts.
Should have shot him because he was walking with the gun out anyway.
Yeah, that's what the helping hand said. If it happens again, just see
Yeah.
anyone with a gun out, shoot him.
Even if it's Blackthorn, it is what it is. They didn't have an armband.
Yeah.
But yeah, Rusty, Jeanette got shot before. We stripped his body. And then old Harry comes up to the building like, come out with your hands up, and I'm like, fuck off. I was like, you come in with your hands up. I was like, you just killed my mate. And then one of his mates tried to rush in, so I killed him. Tanya then somehow, you know, dropped down. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
And then I
Let's
shot one of
put it
his
like
other
that.
mates, and then Harry Churches come in and shot me, so...
You
Yeah,
got
I
plenty
think
of
we need
kills
to-
today.
Like, Tanya, you need to work on calling yourself out as you're running into a hostile
Yeah.
situation, you know.
Yeah, you know, I may or may
I do
not
need
have
to.
shot Tanya in the confusion.
Yeah,
It's
but that
okay.
It
AK
was,
you
it
grabbed off
was
me
like
there,
a
that
split
45
second
round mag.
thing.
Yeah, that killed 3 people.
No, I'm sure it did, mate. I'm sure it did. It's a fucking beautiful gun, that. Yeah, I'm sure you didn't even need my 10 rounds in the other mag, you know, that was just if needed. That's all from my Tizzy run yesterday, actually, them 10 rounds.
And he's stolen the gunter as well, the bastard.
Luna as well, we just named her today and he fucking stole her like seconds later.
But yeah, he's, I've just come from Mogilevka. He's up there shooting up them up. Well, he was like
Oh, is he?
20 minutes ago.
No, he's probably long gone now then, yeah.
He only seems to hang around for about 20 minutes and then goes.
Or goes back to watching.
I look absolutely ridiculous right now. Every piece of clothing I have is mismatched.
But I think he's accomplished
You
his
looked
mission
quite
to
rarely
piss
at Tanya.
everybody
What
off in
happened?
the lands now.
When I got back,
Yeah, like when I went to sleep, he was looking finer than you are now.
yeah,
Yeah.
just picked some more stuff with more pockets on the road.
That
Ended
jumper
up
did
looking
look
like a
good.
mess. Yeah. Wednesday offered me this pick of to blame him, I guess.
Oh, Rusty, can I take this Santa Claus beard?
Absolutely.
He wakes up, he'll love that.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. It does make a difference at night time, you know. I put mine on. Lower
Oh, yeah,
gaze.
you've got one as well, don't
welcome,
you?
welcome.
Do you need it?
No, I've got one. I've got one. I just put it on when the temperature's a little bit chilly.
Oh yeah, I probably need that as well. It's like
Valhalla,
really
welcome,
bright
welcome.
So it's gonna give me a fucking migraine now.
What the thought?
And we might get shot.
Yeah.
We could get shot from that gap where you're looking up on the hill. It's not so bad here now, but yeah, it's. I'd like to say. I mean, for us, he you know, I do think though, there's a difference between Irish and Harry. Irish seems to not be quite as. I know he's with him, but I
He
think
must
they're
have been
on.
the one I shot to do. Irish.
Yeah, I think they're on slightly different, very slightly different paths on what they want to achieve. Whereas Harry's quite insistent and unwilling to change. Irish sometimes has a slightly different view.
The one with the black hat, I'm pretty sure it was Irish because we met him by the summer camp next to Sariyar probably 3 weeks ago, and he was wearing a similar outfit with the same type of hat, but it was a different color, and glasses as well, which he had on him. I'm pretty sure that was him, and he was friendly. He spoke to us. I was with a couple of people from Kamensk. Maybe he was friendly just because we outnumbered him, but yeah, I don't
Possibly.
know.
And the thing is, they'll justify, their shooting at you, their banditry essentially, because that's what it was. But that will boil down to similar to us, where you don't go against people they dislike, even though you don't know those people. That's what that'll default to, that you're aiding and abetting because you don't shoot at X and Y and Z when they come past. That's what we normally get told. You let them roam freely through your area. Well, yeah, we do, because they don't really cause any problems. But then they'll say, well, we've watched them hold up people. We've watched them do this. We'll do something about it. They keep going on about those groups, and it's all right you telling us, but take it out on them, because they have slowed us down getting set up, but they're still up to what they get up to. Them preventing us from helping people, including the people they don't like if they come past, hasn't had any effect. It's not like BTG's withered away, dams withered away. I don't think I've seen any dam down here for a long time. Probably since the start of the last storm.
We've had a couple of run-ins with dams since the last hurricane. Like they popped by the other squad a couple of times, to say the least.
Yeah.
But we've also had rumours that they've been having a lot of problems on the coast.
Oh.
A group going by COR. They were, or what was their fucking name?
Children of Rot.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
We heard that they was just driving up and down the coast and everything, and we spoke to somebody, raided their base, and had probably about 9 or 10 dam armbands in their base, so it was like they was keeping dam on their toes.
But they are a cannibal
Reports
group.
of bagheads as well in the north.
Oh, crikey. We see them here. I think Gideon's got a few in Electro with his Sporter. I think he's got 3 or 4.
Novod, is it? Where the big town hall is?
Oh, Novo.
Novo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the industrial, apparently they're living in the industrial there, group of bagheads.
Wow.
Who I bumped in around there the other day, and he gave me a warning about that area. The Oathbreaker, Earnhardt, former Oathbound and former
BTG.
Old Guard, former Iron Guard.
Not BTG.
Reinhardt.
No, Earnhardt. So like very
BMR.
similar to Reinhardt.
BMR, that's it.
But not. Yeah, Reinhardt's the BMR lad. Earnhardt was the old guard lad, or the new guard, whatever you want to call them.
I think Earnhardt was BMR.
Alright, so I'm getting confused then. It was Reinhardt I bumped into then.
Yes, I think
this
yeah.
guy didn't have like the cool little like accent that the BMR one's got. But he went off and joined Oathbound, and he broke the oath, and I think Oathbound are trying to murder him on sight. But long story short is I bumped into him in Novod, and he said he's part of a new group in the area, and because me and him get along from the past, he isn't going to be hostile because he knows I'm a chill guy. But he's saying all of his mates around the area might not treat me so similarly.
And that's in Novo. and that's in Novo, around that area.
Well, I wouldn't say I think he's got a bit more intel on where the actual base is, but like I've just bumped into one of them, you know, like I've got.
Yeah, a
different
guy
bit of
said that the
context.
bagheads are living in Novo Industrial. But there's another group, he said, living in the town, and he said they're like cultists, but not Cult of Papa, but I don't know, he said it's a war zone up there, but we were up there today and it was alright.
Yeah, well, we had a run-in with a baghead down here, got Una when we were collecting logs. I just heard her shout out, and next thing she went quiet, and he had beaten her up with a baseball bat. I managed to put him down, but yeah, I haven't seen them as often, but again, they still got that attachment with the cemetery just down the road by the gas station.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they've.
Like,
got
I've not
other
seen
targets
any
now.
myself, but 2 people have said. It was a lady, Mamie, from St. Joe's.
Yep.
We need to go St. Joe's apparently as well.
He
like,
keeps getting
we've got
attacked by
friends over there.
bagheads. And the industrial's just down the hill from there.
Yeah, I know where that is, yeah.
Yeah, she was looking for help setting up because she's on her own there at the minute trying to set up St. Joseph's and keeps getting attacked by the bagheads. You know how that is.
Yeah, they're opportunists.
Mimi.
No,
Mamie.
Mamie. I think she was
Yeah, it's like
coalition.
Amy but with an M on the front, she
Yeah,
said.
I think it was.
Mimi.
I think she was coalition before, I believe. I could be wrong.
She said she used to work at a place called the Dugout, but I don't know what that is. Like she's been around a while, but not for a while, if you know what I mean.
Take them
Yeah, she's-
takes if you want. Tell me, I've got a couple
Nice.
on me.
Oh, have you heard the Conrad tape?
Oh, is Conrad's tape in the land now?
Yeah. It's been for a while now.
I'm looking for the Surfing Safari one. If you find it, Rusty, I'll give you a fully kitted out gun for Surfing Safari cassette.
Along the hammer stood as night opposed the day, armed with none but his ideals and his AK.
Never heard this one.
Free or die, it was his chosen way.
It's the Kamensk one, Gideon.
The Hammer of Kamensk, Conrad.
I believe so. I believe so. Welcome in, Lobster. Yeah, no life. Yeah, from what I gather, because there's Mimi, Mamie, and maybe, as far as I'm aware.
Dark as midnight, still for dawn, he chose to stay. That liberty and justice still might see the day. For one man stood alone, and he would not sway, and brought the dawn that drove the dark away.
It's a really nice song.
Yeah, absolutely.
It reminds me of like actually hearing about it, you know, because we at the time, I'm pretty sure around the time this song was written, Kamensk and Dan were at war with each other, and like they like Kamensk had barred Dan from the northern areas and were shooting them on sight, and I think Dan took it a bit personally, and the Hammer of Kamensk showed him why not to fuck with Kamensk that day. Conrad's an old member of the Brokers as well, isn't he? Wednesday. Did you know him from
Yeah.
his boat broker days, or is that before your
I
time?
knew him when he built it up in that shed. He was up by Tizzy.
Oh yeah. That was after the hurricane, and like the brokers sort of like weren't anymore, so he moved out of Starry. But before that big hurricane, he
I
was
thought he
a
was just someone
Starry
igloo
citizen.
like set up somewhere, like all the people he used to just go to and help him build bases.
Oh yeah, that is a very igloo thing, you know. That's how Mac joined the brokers as well, because of igloos, just like offering to help him build a house with Billy.
I went away for 2 weeks. I come back, I was like, oh, where's my M4? And Igloo give it someone just because he felt so,
Dr-
like, oh,
Was he drunk?
possibly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
more when he's not. When is he not?
yeah, you got to worry when Igloo's not drunk, to be honest, because that's going to be an off day.
But yeah, me and Tanya have just been out for the last 3 hours since this morning, searching the whole of that area down there for signs of Harry Churches, all to the southwest there.
Mm. Well, Jack.
I still
The only
reckon
place we couldn't check
Fireflies
was
have got
Prison
all that
Island.
shit, you know.
Because he raided ORCC, didn't leave him. He left him like one torch holder, I think. Like, took everything, like everything that was in there. So he must have it somewhere around these parts.
Hmm. Yeah,
He's
potentially.
not carrying that in a backpack.
Well, unless that's why he's got your car now. Potentially.
Luna.
Yeah.
Are we
Well,
writing
I saw him.
papers about Luna?
I woke up in Kamishovo and he drove past in our car.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like shouting at him, and then I was looting Electro and that, and I saw him drive past again, and then I ran down to the road. I don't know if he turned up to Pusta or if he carried on back to Chernarus,
Oh.
heading down this way. Must have gone to pick Irish up or something.
Because they attacked Snickersville yesterday as well.
Yeah, I hope Admiral's okay.
Well, we saw John McCorn, and there was a note from A-Rock saying that he had attacked them again. So, you know, are they staying mobile? And the thing is now, though, you have to remember there's a few of them, so they could be in 2 or 3 places at once now. Whereas before we'd get a shot and there was a couple of them. Now I wouldn't be surprised if they come in close and they've got people at distance.
Well, after I saw him, I went up to Pusta and I had a wound infection. I was hobbled all the way up there, to ask for help. And it was silent, like nobody was answering me. I was like, oh, like Harry Churches just shot everyone up, like please come help, and nothing from the Fireflies.
I don't like to say we haven't been up there, but there doesn't seem to be. I don't know how many of them are left who haven't joined him.
That could be where he's living.
Possibly.
That's why no one answered me.
Because
Gotta be somewhere short if he like kept coming back, like, and cleared out all of our stuff, like,
well,
not all of it, but
he's got freedom of movement along that hill again. When that did quieten down, or they're up to other stuff, but he's now got freedom of movement on that hill. So whether it's just taking advantage of perhaps the Fireflies being a bit stretched or not being around, because I think I've only seen one in passing.
he knows those hills like the back of his hand. He could walk around there blindfolded.
Yeah.
He's not going to move far away from Pusta. He's stuck in his ways. Like that's where he lives. Like they might have thrown him out, but like me, if I ever got asked to leave Sahari, I'd still want to go back to Sahari. Beautiful.
I mean, does he live in the cave, or is that too obvious? Does he live
Devil's
in
Butthole? Maybe.
Yeah. Does he live in that little thing where Noctul set up a while ago?
I'm a big
They're a
fan
pig.
of.
Yeah, Hammy's probably getting beaten up by the infected, unfortunately.
Danya. Oh, she's crossbow it.
She's already dead though.
Oh shit.
Yeah, she'd have been chased over from the
yeah.
train station.
Could have been a person that killed him. I know. There's the zombie.
Yeah, poor old Hammy's not a natural sprinter.
I'm of the opinion that the Fireflies are fucking potentially housing all this fucking GC loot that have just been delivered to them by Harry Churches from ORCC, and I reckon they might even be using it as a little stash house.
Built up a lot there. They've had a lot of nails.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, I reckon if you went a couple of doors through there, you'd probably find a shitload more than just what the Fireflies would be capable of. Like,
Go up there
Rusty's
now.
saying
and
he's
see if
only
it's
seen
there.
one person. I guarantee you'll see quite a few tents and barrels sitting down there.
I kind of do want to go up there. Leave a note or something.
Well, yeah, I'm down for having a little stroll through.
Yeah,
We
me
should always
too.
converse it out anyway, because like we're pretty pissed off at Harry here, and I feel like the Fireflies need to fucking find out about it. Our vengeance for Lola, it will be unmatched.
Hmm.
Not Lola, Luna. Sorry, my bad.
Oh dear. She has to stress you're under, you see.
Yeah, I'm forgetting her name and everything. You know, like I've lost my baby today, Rusty.
It's not cool, is it?
I don't know if you need, you might be able to hand it out to someone who likes a BK or needs it, but I don't particularly need it on my back.
Oh, thank you.
If we find a car, I've got a battery.
I do know where a car is, mate. Like, I do know where one. I found one with Tanya and Redwood earlier. There's a white ogre over in Electro.
Yeah, it's missing everything, but it's there.
Yeah, just needs a rad on it, and then it'll pretty much be ready to go. If
Oh,
one's
Helping
all
Hands were
them
looking
bits.
for an Olga wheel. The car's missing a wheel.
Okay, yeah. Like they've got the fancy ones though. Like they're all pleased up. What was that song called? Was it called The Hammer of Kamensk?
Yeah. Was it Conrad? Hammer of Kamensk?
I think it's called
Tale
of
Conrad.
Conrad. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I like Conrad quite a lot.
Yeah, he's a pretty cool guy.
But, well, should we
But
say
yeah, you might be seeing a lot more of me
Oh, yeah,
until I get Harry Church's head or someone captures him.
Hmm.
Might be spending a lot more time down here to look.
What was Sam saying that they got the tip about Mista? And they searched the whole town and haven't
Oh yeah,
found
somebody
anything.
the tip that he was in not Misty Castle, but MSTA.
Hmm.
What, Overlook territory?
Sort of on the outskirts, somewhere around
Yep.
there.
I thought that was a gentleman named Connor lived there. And Nolan, I think, was up there as well. You remember Nolan, who used to be Legionnaire?
Yeah.
No, yeah. So I'm sure he said he was like the only one up in Mister. I'm sure he said it was Mister. Or did he say? I don't think it was Tulga. Might be Tulga. I could be getting them mixed up.
If you ever want to piss off that John McCorn as well, Rusty, yeah, just call him John Acorn. He loves it.
I bet. Well, he nearly got shot yesterday because he put a funny voice on, and he said, "I'm John McCorn," and I was like, "Well, you don't sound like the John McCorn I know." And he lapsed back into his normal self. I'm just putting a voice on. because of the severity of the moment. But yeah, that was him. That was him. But again,
Yeah. I think he likes being a bit of an irritant, that John McCorn. You know.
he can be. Yeah, I think. Yeah, he does. He does enjoy. Yeah, that little side to it.
There was one time I saw him not kill himself, but basically kill himself with my golden deagle. You know, I dropped it on the floor and he picked it up and just shot himself in the face. Pretty fucked up.
Yeah, I thought so.
But it was pretty funny as well, you know, just seeing someone do that. We had someone else as well. Ella shot herself in the face not too long ago because she said she got force-fed human meat. You know, like I don't know how much I believe that. I feel like she got a bit peckish on the way up and decided to partake. But she heard that the fireflies were in the region, so she shot herself in the face just to not deal with it.
I mean, there's always a possibility. But yeah, she's bless her. She's similar to that John McCorn, and I think she likes to dance on that edge, doesn't she? You know, and you know, I think enjoys it. Bless her. It can be, you know, right time, right place sometimes, and it can be wrong time, wrong place. Quite often.
Yeah, I agree. She can be a bit of an irritant, but like she knows when I'm locked in, you know, and I don't have time for her silly contributions unless it's like a call out or something vital to like what we're talking about, you know.
I think in a when we got shot up in Snickersville, you definitely want her in a sticky situation because she's a different person when it comes to the shooty side of it. A completely different person. Like the fun and the jokes are out of the window, and you know, very good. So in a tight situation, I don't think you'd want many other people with you. You know, return and fire, you know, flanking and all that sort of stuff. It's just, I think she gets bored. That's what I think it is. I think she gets bored. If she's not stimulated, she then has a little, you know, starts to play around.
Yeah, no, I hear she's pretty good at the old combat per se. You know, I've seen her take a couple of heads off of some people myself. You know, like that. That's why I always question her nursing capabilities of Tone. You know, like doesn't always give off the friendly nurse that like who's taking that Hippocratic oath to protect life at all costs.
Yeah. And yeah, she. Yeah, I think if you know,
he's a big fan of FL now, though. Like since the other day when FL saved him from the cult, you know, I think like he's a die-hard fan of them.
Well, that is.
Fireflies would love to hear that.
But the thing is, everybody can have their own opinion based on what they've done with them, you know. And if somebody's helped save your life and you do feel gratitude, what are you supposed to do? You know, oh, thanks for helping me out. I didn't really need your help. I'd have rather have got caught by the cult. Or do you? On some level, there's got to be a level of, like, you know, appreciation or gratitude. You know, especially when you're not expecting them to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, for sure. Like everyone's perspective is individual as well. Like just because like 90% of people that you speak to on these lands are like, oh fuck FL, like for Tone, like that's a fair response. You know, he was telling me he's never bumped into him before, so I think that's the first time he's ever seen him. And he almost got killed by a cult member, and FL put him down, and he woke up all pretty much safe. You know, and like they looked after him.
And that's his interaction with them, you see, and he's got his own opinion. So we all know what all groups can be like at times, but you go off what you know, not what other people tell you. Do you need a weapon cleaning kit?
Yeah, that's one of the. I would love a little go on one as well.
Let me
to
run
be honest,
upstairs
if
and
you've
get
got
one. I'm
to.
sure we haven't got the guns to clean, but if you need it, yeah, we'll bring it. Let me.
Yeah, I've got a mag, and your Rescate's not looking that healthiest, is it, Tanya?
Yeah.
Right, let's clean this up. I'm gonna go in my head for a second just to go sort something out,
Oh,
and
okay.
then we'll head off to Pista, and we'll see if we can bump into some fireflies.
Yeah, we might be able to bump into them around this hour, maybe.
Yeah, potentially. You got more chance than a couple of hours ago when it was awake last.
I can bring you a gas head down if you want to repair your pot as well. I think we've got a gas blowtorch, if that's any use to you.
Do you want
I
a
could
blowtorch, Tanya?
repair my I could repair my cauldron with that.
No problem.
Yeah.
No problem, no problem. There's that.
Oh.
And there's that. That sounds like swamp. I've got another bit of one if you need it as well, the cleaning kit.
I don't think we need a hell of a lot because I only got
Yeah, I
a
think
small
it's
mag
enough.
to clean. I barely took a scratch off that.
I can't repair it when there's water in it, apparently.
No, so like what you got to do, you got to put it on the floor, and then you got to have your blowtorch in your hands.
Oh, okay, okay.
And then now you should just be able to look at it, and it'll
Yeah.
tell you to. Oh, there we go.
Oh, watch your zucchini. That's pointed at a funny angle, that blowtorch.
I know, a bit tasty.
Yeah. Toasted zucchini.
I know fucking Harry Churches was pissed he wasn't able to pick up this beauty. He may have got my AK, but he didn't get my VS.
I think
know he'd have wanted that.
when I saw them, they had Tundras. I think they were using Tundras. Tundras, M4. I had a look what guns they had on them. They're all quite well armed. There we go. Yeah, Tundras, M4s. No problem, no problem. Your scopes are all right, are you? You don't need electrical kit for anything.
No, they're
I
good.
I think the only gun which saw action of mine today was the AK, and Wednesday put down a couple of people with it, and I don't know where my baby's gone as well. That's two babies of mine that they've taken today. You know, pretty fucked up of them.
And that is the thing. So when they've got the surprise, they're really effective, but they're not invincible because we ran into three of them that were like a 3-on-3, and the helping hands came through afterwards. But I think between me and Jack, I think I definitely took one down, possibly knocked another, and then Jack took one down. He shot Mr. Churches and I think grenaded another. So there might have been 3 or 4. So yeah, if you know, it's not always one-sided, but if they get the drop on you, then it normally is. because they got us in the swamp last week as we ran. Me and Monk came back from seeing Mr. Rivers, and they must have been by the boat. I reckon they must have gone to the ship, or they were at that part of the dockside to see us come across, and we started taking shots. And the difference I know with them against like a normal crackhead is they're quite good shots. Credit where credit's due. I was running through the swamp, in between trees, running through the swamp, and I got one tapped as I was running through the trees, and we knew what direction they were coming from. That's right, the direction over there towards into the swamp. So we were trying to avoid them, but yeah, I got one tap. Monk got caught, and then they got Tom.
Fucked up. That is fucked up. Yeah, I think the honest coin is gonna, like Wednesday saying, a couple of us are gonna probably sit down south. We've got a couple of people that we need to see down here apparently now. Harry Churches has added his name to the list. We've also got to go see the Duchy. They paid us a visit the other day.
Did they?
We've got to repay that courtesy to them and say hello to them as well.
What colour armbands do they wear? Off the top of your head, do you know?
Tanya, you're probably better off having this conversation because I was sleeping. I'm just going off a story.
Okay. Yeah, from what I know, they are wearing like a dark brown.
Oh.
But when they attacked us yesterday, they had white armbands.
Is it white or off-white, as in like a blue tint to it, or a light purple tint to it?
Just like pure white.
Yeah. Hello? Oh.
Gideon.
Yeah. Yeah, like I say, we've not had, as far as we're aware, we haven't had any run-ins with them, and they've been past here in the past, like, few months a couple of times. But, they hit the helping hands.
Yeah, they do.
Are they harbouring Mr. Churches? I don't know.
The helping hands.
The
Duchy.
Yeah, living on the island, quite isolated.
That could be a possibility, yeah. We're gonna have to find out. We are planning to spread some posters around, see if we can get any information out of anyone.
Yeah.
Maybe put a bounty reward on him.
Yeah. Yeah, because the only thing I'd say when you go up to Pooster, I'm not sure. I thought we could trust like Ed and Ida, because they always seem to be more concerned about what he was getting up to. But I just don't know now. I don't know how deeply they're all involved, because I've not seen Ed since before the storm, and him and Ida are always adamant that if we had any updates, if we could see them in particular, because perhaps they knew some people were more aligned to him than what people were led to believe, and didn't want stuff to be common knowledge. So I think if you can speak to Ed, but just be a little bit, because I honestly just don't know what's going on up there now. I don't know how many of them are left. I never really knew them that well, other than as we started to stop getting shot at by them. But majority of them now have moved over to the insurgency.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not expecting to get anything out of them. I think they're just hiding behind this cover of wanting to bring justice and wanting Harry Churches to stop what he's doing, but in actuality they're just collaborating and hiding behind this story.
Yeah. Well, I think it'll potentially have to do with numbers now, as well. Yeah. I don't know if they'll have the numbers to. Again, I could be wrong. They could be really strong still. You never know with them. There's nothing in Pooster, then all of a sudden they're built up. So you never really know. But I think they've took a hit. That's just the ones we know about.
Before they got split, from what I heard, there used to be at least 30 members in the Fireflies.
Hmm. Because I know, I think it was, so yeah, Tutino, Irish, Santiago. I've heard one of them caught him but let him go, and I think he's back to being a Firefly. Yeah, it's difficult because I'll be honest, a lot of them only got on with us because of Pete's like final wishes to move on, not necessarily to forgive and forget, but just move on. But a lot of that, Santiago's always openly said that, you know, he's only really on tolerable terms with us because of what Pete said. And he's said when I've spoken to him, you know, he believes a lot of what Harry says, and that's while he was still a Firefly. You know, so there might be a few more like that there.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely more like that. Do you know
I
anything
think
about
it's pretty hard for them, isn't it? Yeah, like when they're all like so closely aligned with each other, you know, like they're being told one thing, but their heart tells them another thing, you know.
Yep.
you know anything about one of them who's called Mark?
Gideon does, I think. I think Gideon does.
Mm. I'm interested to know if he's still in the Fireflies or joined Harry churches as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure he's been passed. I think we gave him a fishing rod before the storm. I think that was Mark. But you've also got to be conscious of if the cult are out and about. I mean, it was always spread that when the cult were active, they would try and infiltrate groups. And they, you know, FL. This is a long time ago. Came past and saying, look, just be wary of anybody new who's asking about your group, which is difficult for us because some people like to know about groups, but you know, if they start asking about numbers and stuff like that, they tend to infiltrate groups, and that's what they do. They gather all the information, and if they're about, I wouldn't be surprised if there will be some strange and newer people wandering around asking questions.
The cultist that showed up at our event, he was talking about a person named Lucius, and he said that he's around and he was implying that he's infiltrated among the one of the groups.
Yeah. And the trouble is, you know, we try to engage with everybody new, but again, we have to be a little bit careful, I guess.
The most frustrating thing is that there is no way you can identify them. They're not owning up to their so-called group by at least having the courtesy to wear an armband.
Hey, Rusty, I don't suppose you got a spare radio around these ways, just so I can get hold of my group and all of that stuff.
I'll have a little look upstairs. If not, you can borrow. You can have mine if you. I'll have a look upstairs though, just see if I've got one.
Hey, Rusty, as well, I don't suppose you got any intel on any boats lurking about around the area, do you? I know
No.
you know, like boats.
We haven't seen. I went all the way along from the Western evac and didn't see one, not even by the thing. So I think whether it's the Dutchy, potentially. Because they do get hoarded quite often.
Same as cars, I guess, in a way. But boats are always a bit easier to nab.
found them here. I think they're redwoods, aren't they? Oh. Go on then.
Yeah, I've got a radio. I'll bring it down now.
I don't
Oh,
really want to wear
amazing.
them. I only like sunglasses. I guess these will keep zombie blood out my eyes. Won't they? Help them. So you need the radio.
Yeah, I've got one. I've got one for you.
There's one on the
I've
floor
got
as well.
one. That's my hope.
Oh, there's
He
you.
left it
You
earlier
had one as
before
well.
going
oh,
out.
nice.
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
There you go.
So you take that one. That one's a bit nicer. You know, you take the Woodsman's lucky radio. Yeah, fucking. Let's see if we can get hold of Dodge or something.
Is that you moving on?
Hello, Dodge. You out there?
It'll be in a
Oh.
Any
minute.
updates? Any updates?
Must have been him then. I saw before. I should have shot him. Head in that direction.
Hey, Rusty, come here. Hear this, man.
What do you look like? Tyler?
Fucking
I haven't
just
even
caught
seen
up.
him.
Thank you very much for that, man. Just been able to catch up with Dodge there, and he's told us that the gunter has been secured by the Black Sheep, and the gunter was spotted between Gaglovo and Novi Sobor, and the Black Sheep repaired it up and drove it up to Starry. So it's been a complete loss today.
Oh, you've got it back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, that's good.
Did they find anything inside?
I don't know. If I was to find that out, I'd have to try and get hold of a big head, you know. But yeah, probably not. You know, we had some nice stuff in there. Like we dropped off that ballistic vest over in there earlier just before they shot us. So,
Mango
like, they'd
lettuce.
be happy
Oh,
as
it's another
Larry said
birthday
that.
party tomorrow. Is it 6 p.m. eating spaghetti time again?
Maybe some of the
Nonetheless,
stuff that
though.
they
He owes
grabbed.
us a
Maybe
guitar
they
as
left
well,
it
the
in there
bastard.
for. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the fucking
Hopefully
guitar
they
as well.
just
Yeah.
didn't throw out. Yeah. Please do in
Could have
there.
left it
something.
behind. What?
Yeah.
Serenade the fireflies.
They did leave my tape behind though. To be honest, they left my smiley rhino. So like, it could have been worse. Should we head off to Pista, see if we can get into a conversation with that Ed? Did you say we need to chat?
I think Ed potentially.
Take your tape.
Hold on to it.
I think Ed,
Okay.
Paper left time.
but just be a little bit wary, because I just don't know what's going on up there. So obviously tell them what you want, but just be, I don't know. I thought Ed was trying to do some good, but he might be fighting against the tide up there by himself, pretty much. You know,
Let's try and suss this shit out. Let's see if Ed's fighting against the tide or if he's faking his way through it. You know, I reckon there's a chance Harry Churches might be inside them four walls as we roll up to him. You know, and he'll just stay quiet.
well, you know, I will say this: the Fireflies have always said, you know, a large percentage of what he believes in, they've always believed in. It's just he's willing to go stages that they're not willing to go to. So, you know, they might not be so different in some ways, but they're completely different in others.
Yeah. Well, let's go see what these motherfuckers have to say. We barely have bumped into them, like I think last time.
It's just this way with the just against here, and you can.
I appreciate everything you've done, everything for us today. It's been nice catching up with you, Rusty.
Yeah.
Definitely send our thanks to Jack when you next see him as well. Without him, a lot of our shit would have gone. So
yeah,
big up, Jack. We are eternally grateful for him. We'll come down and try and give him a present at some point.
Yeah.
Thank you. But yeah, so tell him that we're super thankful for him.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. You have a safe journey.
Daniel, jump on this soon.
So that's interesting. So he attacked them down here.
Back to the hospitality.
No, or just have a safe journey.
Stay
Yeah.
safe as well with
Yeah.
everything happening around.
Yeah, catch you later.
Gotcha.
Oh,
Did I hit Dredge?
no, that was the honest coin still. They've just gone up to Pooster.
Got you some.
Oh. Thank you very much.
Problem. They probably said on maybe the Fireflies something. That?
Say that again, sorry?
Are they set on thinking that Fireflies has something to do with that?
Well, yeah, they you know, they might be under the impression that they may still be helping him, or he's going up there to stash stuff, but I just don't know what to think now. Yes, that's quite unusual.
Oh, and she's getting in trouble all over again.
Possibly. That's quite ominous.
coming in. Maybe rain keeps us safe. You know, whoever's up on that hill, maybe they leave when raining.
What's up?
How you doing on bandages?
I've got a couple. And I've got some disinfectant as well. I'm just going to tidy up in here and put this stuff in the tents outside. Not the guns, but the bags. That's ruined. Yeah, I'm just going to drop this stuff in the tents.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Churches has been extremely active today. Caught the honest coin downstairs, or as they pulled up. we've collected some logs, some planks.
Kick on the hill.
Say that again, sorry?
Go check on the helping hand.
We can do, yeah. Why not? Why not? We can take a trip up there, can't we?
You know, let them know they made the list.
Yes. We know where we're headed to. We've got some planks, so now when we've got so when we've got some nails, we can start doing a little bit more cover and then a few more cam nets and we should be laughing. Let me put my beard back on. Where's my beard gone? There it is. Yeah, so sometimes the modded, not even modded, that's a Christmas thing, the Santa beard. And it's the same with certain items, they disappear in your inventory. They're still there, but they're like greyed out, but you can miss them quite easily. Gideon will probably be up there somewhere, I would say. Oh, there's a couple of plank piles. There's one there. careful because I'm not sure if he ran straight across. Or 1025, 1025, are you on? That is frustrating as well. Not frustrating, that's a minor thing, but obviously we use the last channel, so when you go on the first channel you have to cycle through them all. Minor thing. And I think there are buttons you can use on the keyboard, so you don't need to cycle through it. You just press it and it goes up. I had visions of getting shot in the head then, trying to change my radio. Now, did Mr. Churches give the black sheep the car? There's still that relationship there that goes quite deep, in the, you know, for them. There's also quite a contrast between the Helping Hands and Dan in quite a lot of people's opinions, but they made the list. I've got to remember, I've just got buckshot in here, I think, haven't I? I haven't got any slugs. Ooh. 1025, 1025. Anybody on? We need to get a flagpole up as well, because stuff will start to despawn after a while, and it's going to be difficult. to remember what walls you interacted with. It's not so bad now because we're putting planks in them and stuff, but I think potentially we need to put a flagpole up. Can't see any infected up. Hello, hello, anybody home?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Who are you?
I'm good, I'm good.
Who are you?
I'm Woodsman Rusty P, who have I got the pleasure...
I'm Allison. I'm with the Helping Hands.
Oh,
Yo, what up, Rusty?
hello, hello.
It's your favorite homeless-looking guy, Connor.
Hello, Connor. How are things up here then?
Hey, is that an American flag on your arm?
That is
You're
indeed.
the Woodsman, right?
That is a Woodsman, yeah. That's
I think I might have something for you.
I got it.
oh,
Oh,
Never mind. It looks like the flag is
I
gone.
got it.
no, I just got
Oh,
it.
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
That's nice to meet you, Alison. Gideon's here as well. We just popped up to see if everything's all right.
Oh, okay. I mean, so far so good. I just
Some
feel good.
shenanigans last night. I'll tell you that.
Oh,
There's some shenanigans earlier too. Little Harry Churches stopped by.
Jesus Christ.
yeah.
That's why we're actually coming up here too to let you know we had the guys had a meeting with them yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yep, God's name came up.
Alison, I've not heard of
What was
Alison
that?
before. No, you, us as well as you, realistically, are on a list of their people they're not fans of, but people on the list,
Why are you on their list?
well, pretty much similar to why they don't like you, but we've got some things that go a little bit deeper. But the usual thing, you know, because we don't turn anybody away, they think we should shoot at people who they don't like, essentially. That's the long and the short of it. And we're not a fan of having anybody dictate who we can and can't sort of like say hello to, you know, or who we can help, you know. I understand what some of the groups are like, you know, but I think every group should be free to deal with groups how they see fit, you know. Otherwise, we might as well not bother being a group.
You guys want to come in?
Oh, we can. I mean, if that's okay, yeah. If you
Get the fire going.
oh, thank you.
Oh, we got no love.
Yeah, he was down our place earlier, but he shot the honest coin up when they came past to visit. Stole their car.
Yeah, I think we did hear about that. We do have a wanted poster in here.
Oh, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
come on in, guys.
I'm not sure where Gideon's gone. He might have gone to the well.
Okay, well, we can let him in
Oh.
when he comes back.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so I weren't awake then, but yeah, they were around. They were around,
Yeah,
and
they've
they
It's
put
dry over here.
yeah they put down a few people. I think they lost a couple as well, but I think might have got back quicker.
Yeah, they came here and attacked us a couple hours ago. I think we lost 2 people, and I think we got one of them.
What was this, yesterday?
No, today.
Oh, wow.
Is that you outside, Gideon?
Yeah, I'm out here.
All right, that's yeah. So basically, we had a meeting with them because you never know. Sometimes things might be able to get sorted out. We, you know, there's always a small chance, but normally dealing with those sort of groups, it's basically you do what they want you to do. That's the way you sort this out. You know, even if you're not guilty of something.
Did they allude to like anything regarding us? Like, do they have any plans for us?
No, it was just if we wanted hostilities to stop between ourselves and them, we had to agree to not support any of the groups on this list, and they ranged from yourself all the way through to the cult.
The cult is reasonable, but
again, some of them I'd never
you
even
know.
heard of before. Some of them I'd never even heard of before, so we don't, you know, deal with groups. But in there, you know, if that was down to them, we'd be shooting at any groups that came past that they didn't like because they have a nature of not being so nice to people. But that's not what we do,
So
you know.
I'm assuming you just had this meeting with them not long ago, sometime today, right?
Yesterday.
Oh, yesterday.
Yeah.
Have you just come up here to warn us? Like, just let us know.
No, we
like a little bit of a courtesy.
Yeah, we try. Well, I think Mufasa and the rest will know there's no news. There's no new news to them, but yeah, they were.
Yeah.
And I think because we declined, there was no way we were gonna, you know, like the cult we don't deal with in any way, shape, or form. But
yeah,
if
neither do we.
But if any of the other groups come past, you know, they're free to come past as long as they don't cause trouble. You know, that's the long and the short of it. And they get up to stuff up north, but we can't control what anybody does when they're away from our area, you know. But they think we shouldn't grant them free passage and stuff like that. But, you know, so we'll join that list as well because I think they deem us as supporting the bad groups by giving somebody a piece of fish when they come past. And I can see their side of it, although I don't agree with it. But because of what we do on the coast, we don't care what, you know, apart from bagheads. I draw the line personally at bagheads because I've had nothing but bad run-ins with them, running into downstairs in the embassy, shooting anybody downstairs. You know, they're not my favourite, and I don't condone shooting at people in general. But apart from bagheads, they're the only ones that I'll suggest people avoid or shoot if they can. Anybody else, I'll always try and have try and speak to them. You know, but with them,
I wonder when. I don't know. It's just it's hard to, I guess, stay completely good in this world.
Absolutely.
Will they understand that?
No.
No.
It's basically their way or no way from my interactions, and you know, and some of what they say does make sense. Some of it does make sense, but for them, there's no grey area. It's
in
all
a perfect world.
Yeah, and
I would completely side with them.
And we don't live in a perfect world, and I agree 100% with yourself. Ideal world, but.
Hey guys.
Oh, hello.
Hey.
Hello. Who's this?
Good. My name's Silver.
Oh, hello,
Silver.
Silver.
Oh, Silver! I didn't recognize you.
Yeah.
Where's your mask?
Well, I woke up on the shore. I got shot at in the Mishkino tent. So I was just telling.
Okay.
I think that's Tom, right? No.
No.
Well, I met you the other day.
Yes. I'm Rusty.
Rusty, that was it. Yeah, Rusty helped me out before I came here.
Oh, okay.
Got some wood.
Sorry, were you guys having a private matter?
No, no.
No.
Yeah, no, we're just saying, you know, we get shot at on equal terms with the Helping Hands for very similar reasons. You know, your proximity to, or their proximity to there makes it difficult for them, and we pride ourselves on, you know, not judging anybody as long as they keep, you know, cool in our area. You know, we're not going to start dictating how people survive around the land. You know.
Of course.
But yeah, if it was down to them, you know, and you have to, and we're not a shooty group, you know. I think we've got a few, you know, some good shooters, but we're not a shooty group. You know, we're not going to take up arms and run off into the land to try and hunt people down. That's not what we do. We wouldn't be particularly good at it, and I can't think anything worse. I'd rather have stuff in the tents ready for people when they come past, personally.
Ain't that right?
Hmm. But I didn't realise they'd been up and to see you guys and girls today. We heard that first thing they hit. I don't know. Well, that was earlier on though, before this nap, that they hit the honest coin in the embassy as they pulled up in a car. So they stole their car.
Yeah, they nabbed one of our cars last night too. We suspect it was one of them.
Did they say anything to you guys?
No, the only
They didn't say
talking they
anything.
do is with bullets.
Yep. Or on the radio.
Just
from
keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. Any base you come across, do us a favor and take a little look-see to see if they have got a police Olga.
Okie doke.
Or a
Missing
police
the front
Ada.
hood.
Either one.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ.
Well, they raided the ORCC a couple of days ago as well, didn't they? Was that yesterday?
Yeah, so
as well?
the police, I think it was like 3 days ago, but yeah, ORCC lost a police Ada. So if you see a police Olga or a police Ada, fucking, it's
Yeah.
probably them.
And then the honest coin lost the vehicle as well. Luna.
Luna, they're Gunther.
What color was it?
Red, I believe.
Yeah, there's a wanted poster on the note board with a description of the car, everything, the exact details.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's.
I think there's a possibility they're staying on the island.
There's a possibility. I went to Snickersville yesterday and I talked to some of the residents there. They say they don't visit the island much and they say they haven't seen any activity going to and from the island, but who knows with them. They're always fighting the crackheads on the coast.
But they got hit by
Right.
last night as well. I don't know if they. Last night, the insurgents hit Snickersville. There was a note.
Yeah,
They've been active.
Yeah, it must have been after I went through there.
Yeah.
No telling how much they got from the ORCC.
Oathbound. Well, when I've talked to Oathbound about it, apparently they didn't have much raiding supplies in there or anything, so at least that's not a worry. But they probably got enough guns and ammo to last them a little bit.
Yep.
I mean, if they were trying to, you know, mess with the lock without a hammer last night, pretty telling.
Yeah, they seem pretty desperate.
Yeah. I mean, I know that's the easy way of doing it, isn't it? Wait till other people find stuff and just take it off them. You know, how can that be? You know, in the world that they're trying to achieve, they're pretty much who they're going against. They're actually being, you know. But in their mind,
Well,
you know, it's not the case.
that's the thing, isn't it? It's counteractive to what they're trying to achieve, but yet they're still doing it.
Mm-hmm. And I think they are.
I mean, just like their message in general, man. Like oh, you're going to feed the bad people, well, then you're bad people too. Like, there's some flawed logic behind their motivation if you really break it down.
Yeah.
Good by force doesn't lead to more good.
No. I know sometimes you have to
Gonna
do
build up
stuff.
resentment.
Yeah, but then it's when, depending who you speak to, though, I think Harry Churches is more, he doesn't care how he achieves his end result. He doesn't. But I think some of the other ones are a bit more wary of their actions having other consequences. But he does not care. When you speak to him, he does not care. He's given up caring about what people think or what he needs to do. It's the other people that I'm surprised that have joined him. Well, nothing surprises me, but you know, for them to join him and then believe in what he's saying, he must be very convincing. But like you say, the flawed logic is there. But it's a matter.
The cult of Harry Churches.
Yeah, well, a lot of things in these land, it's a matter of perspective, you know. And if you see one way, they see the other. You'll never meet in the middle, unfortunately. There we go. And I will be right back. Excuse me. Little Bert came out then. I'm ever so sorry.
Morning.
Ah, good morning, good morning. Ah. Hello, Sam.
Hello, hello. Just arrived back home.
Yeah, well,
Very nice.
Alison was there a moment ago, and then
Oh.
I was like, what?
Oh, Miss Sam.
What's up, Gideon?
Yeah. Yeah, we just popped by to tell you that we would have been all right if we would have gone against everybody on Harry Church's list.
What happened there?
Well,
Holy shit.
basically, we had to go against everybody on the list and not help them in any way, shape or form. But that's not what we do.
So basically they gave you like an impossible decision.
Well, well, you were top of the list. Not you, Sam, but the group. Although you probably would be quite high up, if I'm honest. But
Damn.
yeah.
Okay, well.
But it ranged from helping hands at the top of the list down to the cult of Papa at the bottom of the list and everywhere in between. So Blackthorn Dam, the clowns, the bagheads, the wizards of Magi or Maggie. I've heard of the wizards but never met them. BTG. So we're in some quite good company when it comes to groups they don't like.
It is a while. We're on top of the list. We're above the gold Papa people. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Would that
And
be a compliment?
Not really.
Well, where's the note? Yes, they had a note down at our well.
They did that on purpose too, because they knew it would agitate us.
Oh, they do. They drop them down quite often. I'll let you, rather than me read it out. I think you've seen it before. I can't pass it, can I? Let me just drop it on the floor so you can read it. We have a similar sort of note that they put out about us as well. But that's what they're putting at all the wells, and they are active, and there's more of them now.
Who's that?
Hello.
That's Ugni.
It's Ugni.
Oh, this is
okay.
from the Fireflies, I think. Oh no, this is from Turkey. I saw a similar note from Fireflies in Mista. It was signed by a Firefly.
Mm.
Yeah, that's the working theory anyway, or one of mine is that, you know, the Fireflies are harboring a lot of the insurgency.
That's what the honest con is thinking as well.
This is all a mess.
What happened today, Mason, when you said they were here attacking? Were they like at the door?
Oh,
just kinda shooting?
I don't know. That's just what I heard from other
Oh,
people.
okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah, they were here near the deer stand. I think they got me and Riley and I was in base.
Oh, really? Shit.
Oh, I wasn't awake. It was Hank and
No,
Ugni.
sorry, Ugni and Hank, sorry. Ugni. Yeah.
Yeah. I was returning back from the north and I've seen a person climb the deer stand, looking at the barns, ready to shoot. And then I've been shot from the bushes by another one, and they look like insurgents.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, we did get shot at
They're
last
typical
night.
spots in the, you know, in the tree lines are typical spots sitting somewhere. Very much their behavior.
Yeah. Yeah, we got shot at by them, well, by somebody last night as we were trying to build up again, and we took a couple of shots, but apparently it wasn't them, because we went on the radio. Jack was like, "Is that you, Mr. Churches? Is that you shooting at us?" And he was like, "No." And I think that was when he was on his way up to Snickersville. But they're that big, well, they're quite large in number. They can be in 2 or 3 places at once now. Especially the tactics
I
they
got
use.
shot last night, but I was it was pretty late. It was right after after we got shot coming back here in the car, and the car got taken. I was running along the highway by Snickersville, and someone was running up the highway, and they shot me, and they were dressed as a Helping Hands member, like with blue, well, not exactly, but they had the armband, you know, blue jacket, like, and eye patch, kind of like that, and whatever they're called that Mason and Sam have on. And that was a little strange. I don't know if there's any relation, but it was quite late when this happened.
Well, we had John come down and say him and A-Rock had been coasted. So I don't know if that was at a similar sort of time. And he said they had attacked them because he left a note down there. Whether that was the same time, I don't know. But there's enough of them now. You know, their tactics that they use, they don't need a lot of people in one place. Two at most. You know, one shooting, one watching.
How are things going down at the embassy? You guys getting things built back up?
Slowly, but it is always slowly. And some seasons you can be lucky and get set up, and other seasons it can take months. You know, you just try and do it bit by bit. And even if your walls get blown down, at least the skeleton's still there just to build back up again. You know, so we always try to protect against people jumping in more than we do about people coming to raid you. Because if they choose to raid you, you know, like if Mr. Church has picked someone to raid, I think they would get in, you know, to a certain level, you know, but a jumper is probably more feasible to try and defend against for us, because you're not gonna, you know, no matter how many walls you have, they just need to get through those layers, and they will. You know, once they've cleared you off the walls here or inside here, they then start to do what they do.
Yeah, and probably when you're sleeping.
I don't know. I mean, I know what the people we have jump in. I mean, just if you're up here and you hear people come past, we have people say hello, and if they don't get a response, that's when they're going to try and jump in. If we say hello, they just go, "Oh, we're just passing through." That's the common tactic.
Yeah.
That is quite a common tactic for evildoers. If they hear someone there, they won't try. But if they don't, that's when they have a little look around to see if there's anything they can get on. And so sometimes we'll be up there just listening. If you hear people jumping, that's quite a good sign that they're trying to jump in somewhere.
Yeah, they'll send a scout or something first.
Yeah, and we got burgled earlier in the week, and I wouldn't be surprised if the person involved came back, because he'd done exactly that. Is there anybody home? Yeah, we're here. Oh, I'm so and so. I'm just passing through. Completely fresh. So yeah, there's quite a lot of you know, people who know what they're doing will know what they're doing, and they're not going to try and jump in if people are there. You know, or if somebody's upstairs and they're not talking. I mean, most of us, you know, go to sleep with our gun in our hands. So if we hear someone jumping, we'll try and shoot them, unless it's one of us, of course.
Yeah, the guys that, or the person that shot us in the car last night and took it was, I think, in the middle of rolling the lock when we pulled up. It's kind of like with the cam nets there, the problem is you can't see if someone's there. It's good when you're there, but it sort of has the reverse effect, so I think the new rule is if a car's coming to make sure the door's clear before you pull up. Because that was rough. There wasn't much we could do. You could only get out of the car so fast, you know?
Oh, yeah. Who we got there? Behind you.
I think that's Hank.
Oh, right.
We all looking homeless today.
I heard the Harry Churches paid a visit and then got a few of you.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's you know, it's a matter of when, not if. You know, when they've got other things, you might find they've quietened down, but that's just because they're getting up to stuff other places. I don't think they're ever quiet. It's just if they're not around here. Yeah, John. Again,
Yeah, I've noticed this place become a bit more of a get some more action recently.
Yeah, and
before the storm, it was relatively alright.
Yeah, and the sad fact for us, I mean, it's difficult and sometimes to know if it's them or just crackhead shooting from the hill, because that can be both. You know, it can be both. It's not always him, but he's a vast majority of. But you know, they could scare off the newer people. You know yourself. You go to unless you're fully geared, you're not chasing shots. You're running away from them, and
yeah,
that
exactly.
could potentially, you know, we'll miss out on the opportunity. Of you know, meeting somebody who could end up joining you, could join you know, some of the other groups because they get shot at and they don't come back, or they think we've shot at them so they don't come back. That's the sad, you know, we get shot at. That's a you know, work-related hazard for us, but for you know, trying to help somebody, you know, you have to put yourself in those positions, and that's what they take advantage of.
It's creating fear around these parts. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. But then they say we're the bad ones for helping people, but they're the ones that keep people away. You know, but they don't care. Like you say, they don't care. Just as when they tried throwing a grenade through there last season.
Sam, put this away for me, would you?
They didn't care who was in that barn. They didn't care who was in that barn.
Did you get it? Did it make it in? I threw it over there. It's a gas mask.
Yeah, it's here.
Were they?
Okay,
Were they here before the storm?
Yes.
This is the first time I've heard about the Harry Churches.
So, a little bit of a background. I mean, he's been shooting at us for probably nearly a year, on and off, as in shooting at us by himself. And then it's progressed to potentially assisting the Fireflies to do the same thing. And this is over a long period of time, to then him growing in numbers. So he's always, and we had a thing a long time ago. Yeah, we've had a thing going on with a long time for him. So our little thing's slightly different because it goes from when we had our issue with the Fireflies about well over a year and a half ago. So we've got like a bit of a history that goes a bit deeper. For yourselves or for the people up here, it's more to do with him accusing of that, you know, involvement in Blackthorn. But my personal opinion, you know, you should be free to deal with. And I don't mean, when I mean deal, it can be whether you choose, you know, whether you give them a piece of fish, whether you pass a time of day. I don't mean deal as in trading with them, but if you choose to as a group, it's your choice, regardless. You know, now, you know, they live just over there, and I guarantee they would love to come down here and blow your doors in, if they chose to, if you got on the wrong side of them. You know, and he goes on about we're only worried about stuff when it doesn't involve us. Well, there is that element of truth. You know, if we can keep on tolerable terms, fair enough, they're up there in other places getting up to stuff, but you know, you've got to have that little bit of group self-preservation. Otherwise, you won't be a group for very long. You know, and I don't like getting into arguments with him, But he's free at the moment. He's free roaming as far as we were aware, so nobody can pin him down. You know, so it's easy to come to places like this.
Right, so he hasn't really got a place of operations or ones that you found yet.
No, not as far as we're aware, but he knows the land really well because he's been here for years, 5 or 6 years. He's got a lot of influence and friendships with some of the groups that have been around for a long time. So, you know, it's not an easy task, you know, but he's grown in number.
That's tricky.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, that is extremely difficult to. But he'll never stop us. He will never stop us. He will just slow us down. You know.
I was going to ask, has it changed the way that you sort of meet with new people that come up on shore?
Not really. It's more to do with them being a bit more aware they can get shot randomly at the well.
Right.
There's always that risk, but you know, he will deem, you know, this is the Harry Churches, not necessarily the group, but he will deem people guilty by association when they come through.
Right.
You know, and depending on who you speak to, but he'll always go, if they're in the embassy, you know, they're just as guilty for coming past. And I'm like, well, you know, there's innocents you're shooting at that who just coming past, and his response was, there's no innocence. You know, so he is, you know, down a dark path. Whereas I think the other ones, they may do more watching than shooting, if I'm completely honest, but they still will shoot.
Seems like a conflict of interest there. They're against you guys and they're against the Helping Hands for helping others. But despite all that, it sounds like they're still, well, at least Harry Churches is at least still, you know, shooting those people. It's not really making it fair or an equal place.
And he will tell you he's willing to do anything. You know, he's had enough of these lands where he's willing to do anything to bring about the end of the people like Dam, the Clowns, Blackthorn, FL, and you know, you can see that side of it, but it's all a matter of perspective. And a lot of the groups that are fighting against each other, there's something that's always started it. Now, all those groups are capable of getting up to stuff and they enjoy doing it, but quite often you'll turn, like you said, for example, if you shot at Dam as they come past, they would pay you a visit and pretty much get in here. They may still come past, but if you antagonise them by, you know, not letting them come through here, shooting at them because they come past, I guarantee they would pay you a visit sooner rather than later to remind you that they can probably hit you anytime they want, but because they tolerate you because you're not a threat. That's the, you know, they tolerate us. They don't like us, you know. And if they do come past, one thing you'll find with some of those groups, they'll always tell you who they are. They won't pretend to be another group. They won't wear armbands. That'll be, I'm so-and-so from DAM, I'm so-and-so from FL. They're not ashamed of who they are. And if you were to blast one in the face, which is what the insurgents expect us to do when any of them come past, they will then pay you a visit in force. And we, you know, for us, it's the innocents that get caught up in the middle of that. You know, so a couple of pieces of fish for them to go on their way and get out of the area, me personally, it's a small price to pay. Now, yes, they're going up north and then eating people or doing stuff, but we could never control that. We could never go against them. So
it puts you in a difficult situation because the dam, and they have like the firepower. They have the ability to come and
they do that for a living.
You guys built.
They do that for a living.
Yeah.
They enjoy doing it, and if you give them an excuse, they will pay you. I mean, you don't need to give them an excuse, because if they decide to come and pay you a visit, they will. But they've got better things they want to be getting up to than coming down here and blowing your doors in. But they will if you disrespect them or you shoot them as they come to your door. So yeah, it is a bit of group self-preservation. You know, I'm always honest with that. You know, because if you didn't think about the group wouldn't be here. Because an example, and I'm running on a bit, but that list of like 7 groups they wanted us to go against, there's already 2 or 3 that are against us from that list anyway. So if we would now have 7 groups against us, you know, for the sake of getting into bed with a group that wants us to, you know, so they will.
It becomes like a one-sided war.
Yep.
You guys are in the minority in that. It's not fair.
And it is difficult, you know. We try to remain neutral as best we can, and you'll find yourself that, you know, or use Legionnaires as an example. Quite often they run over to give us a hand if they hear shots, or they try and give us assistance, which we appreciate. We don't reciprocate that because we don't know what it is that's going on. So, for example, if the clowns were raiding them and we go and start shooting the clowns, you then later find out that this didn't happen, but this is an example. You then find out that the Legionnaires were in not Snickersville, they're in Wormagor, shooting up the place and then tried raiding Green Mountain. That's why the clowns paid them a visit. But if you tried to get involved, you've now gone against the clowns who were just reacting to something that happened to them, and that's how messy it gets, you know, really quickly. So we try to you know, stay out of it because there's always 2 sides to a story. You know, but if we were in the Citadel, so with the Legionnaires and getting shot at, we'd shoot back. You know, we're not just going to sit there in a corner being neutral, because we would be defending ourselves, but we wouldn't necessarily get involved in stuff because, you know, you just don't know the background.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, you see this conflict come through, there's always like a reason for the other side.
For the most part.
And you don't want to get caught, for the most part, yeah. You don't want to be that messy middle that you're being brought into, because you don't know.
Well, yeah, we see a lot of people that come past, and they all are, you know, that you'll see them in different conditions, be it fresh off the coast or a bit worn torn, and you'll hear, you know, so and so just raided us, or they held us up, and you're like, oh crikey, you know, sorry to hear about that. But then later in the conversation, they'll like admit that they held up one of their members a couple of months ago. You know, or they, you know what I mean, there'll be something that would have started it that won't always be made apparent at the time. So then everybody starts rumours that this group's attacked this group, when the actual thing was they're just retaliating to something that happened before. And this place has got a long memory, so it doesn't necessarily happen straight away. It could be 6 months. You know, some of the groups, they don't forget. If you upset them, they'll put you on their list of things to do. And when you get there, that's when they come and pay you a visit.
It could be the night of the storm.
Yeah.
Yeah, things get a bit chaotic night of the storm.
Yeah. I mean, for us, we treat it as any other night, you know. We wouldn't come up here and try and blow your doors up just because the storm's come to wash everything away. Unless it was some sort of agreement that, you know, for funsies we'll try and get in and you can try and get in. That's different. But in my opinion.
Right.
Still having flashbacks to the embassy that night. That was a scary place.
There was a lot going down.
Thank you. Thank you for your assistance. Get your name. What was your name?
My name is Silver.
Oh, Sober. Yes. Gideon. Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Gideon.
Sober, you been around for a while?
No, not too long. I'd say a couple months.
How's this world been treating you?
A bit tough, I'm not gonna lie, Gideon.
It's different from other worlds, though, huh? A lot of history here. A lot of bloodshed, as you can see.
Yeah, there's a lore around these parts. You go to anywhere around here, everyone has a story to tell, their own perspective on how they see these events.
Thanks, Sober. You are here now with us, so your name too will be in the books.
I appreciate that, Gideon. Hope I make it.
That's the trick, you know. This is not a race. This is a marathon, you know. We get Rusty seen come up on the coast every day, and man, they hit that ground running, and next thing you know, they got Dam hunting them down. They got this group hunting them down, and Like, gee, it's been here for like a couple days. Crazy.
And it can happen by the hour.
Oh yeah, I've seen it too. I've seen big groups come off the coast. I mean, I kid you not, a group of 20, 30. They come with this ambition of ruling this place and taking it over and being the big guy on the block, you know, and they get ran out. Get ran off, you know. Because again,
Yeah,
you
we
got
do-
these groups like Damn and Forsaken Loyalists that been here for a while and claim this spot.
There's always a powerful, smarter foe out there. And those groups that come in, I guess you said that come on shore in big packs. They I don't think they expect what they come.
Right, well, Rusty will even tell you, the Overlook, I mean, yeah, the Overlook had an event down in Electro.
Yeah.
Airsoft event. And Dam itself came down.
Because they were, they had a big radio announcement about the airsoft event. It was all rubber, non-lethal, but they made a point of not inviting Blackthorn, Blackthorn, FL, or Dam. You are not welcome here if you do turn up. And well, Dam took that as a challenge, there was they had elements of Odyssey there, the Overlook, the Fireflies, and I don't know if the Fireflies turned up, and the Legionnaires. I think there might have been a few Fireflies there as well as security. So there was quite a few elements of each group, and we started to get like the arrival briefing, and we started taking the odd shot from the hill. So the start was delayed while they cleared that out. Then we had one round of airsoft, and that was quite a good event. Basically, there was like a thing that had been built during the day, especially for that, like a sandbag compound where you went in each corner. There was like 4 corners, 4 teams, and you started off and you worked your way through and cleared it. So they had one round, and then we started to take, we started to get ready for the second round, and then we started taking shots, and then the firefight lasted about 2.5 hours, I believe, if not 3 hours, where Dam started to push down the hill. They got into Electro, and it was literally house to house. We were all in the school, and there was the Honest Coin was there. We were taking shots through the windows. People were shooting back, and then because of the location, it was quite close for people to get back. That's why it went on for so long. Normally, if it's up north, it can fizzle out over a period of time, but there people were able to get back relatively easily, and it went on for must have been 3 hours. And that was because I'm not saying they wouldn't have tried anyway, but that was because they were openly told you're not welcome. So they took that as right, we're going to come then. I think the clowns did turn up, but they weren't allowed. They were not initially not allowed to turn up, but they weren't allowed in. But yeah, Dam turned up.
Talking about one group facing several elements of other groups. Holding them off.
I guess they don't take too kindly when they're not invited.
But that's what that's what we were saying. That's what Gideon was getting to. They had, one group was able to. They didn't get pushed back. I think they had and I understand with different groups it can be difficult to communicate. But one group was able to hold off elements of like 4 or 5 groups over a period of like 3 hours. So you draw that sort of attention to you from them by yourself, you're not going to laugh. And yes, it's all right, people can give you a hand, but you end up fighting, then something else happens, and then before you realise it, you're fighting everybody.
Does it get really awkward at like other, I guess, when the factions all meet, like the barbecue out in the west before the storm? I forgot who hosted that. But do all the factions usually show up for those?
They can do, and normally security has to be put on because, there's always a crackhead element that might come up. That's always a given. There's no like protected events, so you put one on, it's up to you and your group to hire somebody or put on security yourself, because there's always an element of interference. but some do respect it. Some may use it as an opportunity to ambush people, or sometimes the security can use it as an opportunity to steal stuff off people, which sometimes happens. But if you do, I always recommend, though, if you are about and you hear about one, go to it if you can, because but just be willing that you may, you know, it's not always the case, but you may lose everything you've got if things go south. And obviously with I've heard rumours that the cult are about now again. So the cult of Papa, they were seen up in Starry Yar last week. So any sort of like big.
Aren't the cult down south? Aren't they near you guys?
No, that is the Covenant. That's the Bagheads. So yeah,
okay.
but it's so any sort of like big meeting, you'll be surprised they'll infiltrate it. So they're probably always watching, but if they're becoming active again, that might be a bit more interesting on some of these events. But I'd recommend it, though. We've been to some, you know, great ones.
Yeah,
that the House of Hope, when they had like a group faction meet and greet, so all, you know, any factions that were able, groups that were able to, went up there, and basically you could meet the groups that you may not see because you don't manage to get up north or you don't come back down south. That was really good, really, really good. There was loads of people there, and I think there was a little bit of I think a crackhead tried getting in, but they were quickly put down, and I believe that was the only like issue there. But when it gets time to leave, you have to make that decision to go. I would never hang around towards the end. Might have that cut off where you get a feeling that things are winding down. Just go, because some people will wait, or they'll honour the area. They won't do anything there, but if they've got something against a group, they may go on the outskirts and just wait and ambush them on the way through.
That's happened at every event I've been to, which is probably like 4 in total. Right near the end, it usually pops off.
Yeah.
It's like clockwork.
Yeah.
We usually leave before. Once we know that it's almost about to end, we get out.
Yeah.
Smart.
Before the storm.
Yep.
And you
Alright, y'all looking to be helping hands.
Does any of you guys have a knife I could use for a sec? Like that's not a bone knife? I just need to fix my
bayonet
face.
knife.
I think that'll work.
Dropped on the floor.
Y'all looking on joining the helping hands?
You know, I really like experiences in place by myself, but the helping hand have given me a bit of solace during these dark times. So
That's
I always
good.
keep coming back.
That's good.
That
Good.
says something, because I mean I travelled around a good couple of months, if not more. But there was always like the Woodsmen drew me. You know, there's always something that drew me back, and it wasn't just getting coasted. You know, if I found anything that was useful, I'd come back down again. So yeah, it's, you know, like I say, we always recommend anybody just travel round first, because there's so many groups that you may never meet just by bad luck, and you could click with them. You know, you just don't know until you try. You know, and if anybody's really new, you know, we that's what we always say is just. But the thing is, you know, as well as us now, you could go to here and nobody be home. You know, you might not see them for months because you just time it wrong. You know, or you bump into them on the first night and it clicks.
Exactly, and that's how my experience has been. Like the helping hand been around quite a bit, and I usually come around the south. I've met you guys a couple of times as well.
Awesome.
I haven't been too much up north. I hear it's can be a bit sketchy up there. So and west actually. I was in west. I was telling you, I got shot a couple of times by those Mishkino military camp.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and that is the risk. I mean, we're fortunate. We make do with what we find on the coast for the most part. You can get Mosins not too far inland, but as soon as you start to go to Mishkino, VMC, the airfield, Tizzy, you're competing with the shooty groups that need that for a living, and what I would call the not quite so shooty groups that need to start stocking up on stuff. So it can be quite a difficult thing. And for us, I know there's times when we do need it, but in some cases it's easier for us to trade for SKSs than it is to go into Tizzy to try and find stuff like that. Personally, you know, it is fun, I admit, but it's also quite disappointing, you know, losing everything you've got because you want to find another box of ammo.
Exactly. That's why I learned to travel light. But I sympathize with them, especially after the storm. It can be just an opportunity for them to, you know, rebuild very quickly by taking a cheap kill.
Yeah, and you may have stuff on
the
you.
Person that.
Yeah.
How's it going?
Exactly.
What's up, Hank?
Hey.
Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I'm gonna take a quick nap, y'all. I'm gonna wish y'all a good day.
Yes,
Pass around.
ma'am.
Sam.
Alright.
Sleep well.
Bye.
Yeah.
Trying to fly?
The difficulty of running around these parts solo, though, is your nerves are always on end.
Yeah.
Sweating constantly. You got to look at every single nook and cranny. It does become stressful and uses a lot of energy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the plus side is you can sleep in any tree or bush you find, you know. But there's nothing like when you've got your base, you know, sort of secure. Going to sleep there is, you know, there's no feeling like it.
Yeah.
But it does come at its risks, you know. So there's, you know, some groups purposely never establish themselves like that. They just nomadic. But there does, as soon as you start collecting stuff, you know, it's traveling light, but then you find something that you really want, but you have to leave behind because you can't pick it up or you haven't got space for it, and then you think, oh, then I should bury it. And then there's that you know, people are always on the lookout for stuff like that. You know, people running around with shovels in the middle of nowhere. You'd be surprised, you know. But yeah, and again, there's so much to experience here, and you know, sometimes people are lucky, other times it takes a little bit longer to, you know, to bump into people, and some people may, you know, that never ceases to amaze me. You can be here and it's the whole land's full and there's a massive queue of people waiting to wake up, but you don't hear any more shots, you don't see any more people, and you think you're by yourself. It never ceases to amaze me that when you're running around or you hear the odd hunting shot and you think, I can't believe this, that the place is fuller than a normal land and you still don't see anybody, you know. Then you bump into somebody.
Sometimes it could be sometimes it could be even like you won't even know it. You're running through the woods and 50 meters to the left or right of you could be someone else, and neither of you spot each other.
Yep. Yeah, always a way. And I'm a big believer of, you know, when it's your time, it's your time. You know, you can be sneaking through tree lines and get coasted, or you could run in the middle of a field and get coasted. You know, it's just depending where you are.
Yep.
There's, you know, you just never know, you know. And also, once you start to get recognisable by what you wear, I mean, for us, it's the green raincoat and armband. It saved me a few times in the wild where people have seen the armband and the raincoat and they've come over rather than shoot. Now, there'll be an odd occasion I would have been shot, don't get me wrong, but there's times where I had no clue that that's who, you know, I was being watched by somebody whatsoever, and they spoke, and that's the first thing I knew. So it can, once you get a look that people can recognise, like Mufasa's quite distinguishable, he's quite a distinguished gentleman, but he's quite distinguishable. Sam, I know what she wears.
I think it's the knees.
Yes, that's his knobbly knees. All the hills round here, that's what it is.
His calves.
Yes. Yeah, he's sculptured legs, all the hill reps he does. But that is the thing. Once you get recognisable, and for us, again, it's stuff we find on the coast. You can find the raincoats, the hats, the pants in the hillock tree or in the containers near us. So we don't have to. There'll be times where we can't find it, but you know, if you want plates and particular helmets, well, that's quite difficult. You know, if that's your look, it might take you. You know, in sod's law, you'll find it, and then somebody will need your gear more than you do, and you'll wake up on the coast again fresh.
Exactly. It's the worst thing. I had a before I got shot at, I had a plague doctor's mask. I loved it. It was a nice bit of identification for me. But you never. That's the thing. You don't know, and someone's watching you. They get you, and you lose it, and it's such an effort to get it back.
You can find those in the summer camp up the hill in the med centre there, just over the way, just over that way. That one up, you know, the summer camp on the hill with the med centre, and I have seen them in Chernarus Hospital as well. What I'll do, I mean, if I find one, I'll pick one up and we'll try and leave it in a tent. So if you are past, don't make a special visit, because you know what it's like. You'll never find one when you do. But yeah, you can find them in the garages behind the hospital as well, and occasionally as well. So we'll keep an eye out, because it's always nice if you know people that you know are after something, and in these lands it can be an item of clothing. It's not particularly a gun, or it's not explosives, it's not this, but you know, if you know, there's nothing wrong with putting it in a tent till you come past, or we'll drop it up here if we come up next time.
I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
No problem. That's you know, that's no hardship, you know, but you know, some people see that as, you know, we shouldn't be doing stuff, but you know, we like to help people. And if we find out what they're wearing, you know, a plague doctor's mask is nothing once we find it. But yeah, it might get more shooty here, and this is the thing that when you build a base as well, it all depends on what threat you've got at that time. Like say for us, for the longest time, it's just stopping people jumping in, because if they do raid you, they're getting in. So we didn't really worry too much in that regard, because it'd be difficult if somebody really wanted to get in. They're going to get in, you know, unless, you know, let's say if you were getting raided by or not you, but they were getting raided up here by the insurgents, unless, you know, the legionnaires run up here or we run up here to try and slow them down. That's sometimes when it will grind to a halt. But quite often, if we're in the embassy and we get shot out through the camnet, we have to try and get, you know, I'll probably wake up in Bereziki or Svetlogorsk and never get down in time to actually prevent anything, unless you find a boat. But then you're starving by the time you get back.
Yeah, I've witnessed a few shootouts by your place. I think before the storm, I was coming to try and meet you guys, and I was up on the hill, right, just north of you guys. There's a rock, and it's a really nice viewpoint. You can see everything.
Yeah.
And I think there was like 4 or 5 people just shooting at you guys. It was a massive firefight. I tried to call you on the radio, but you guys obviously a bit busy defending. You guys get a lot of action over there, I imagine.
Well, the main one is Mr. Churches at the moment, and the insurgency. They're the main ones. But we do get bagheads from time to time. You know, the last storm, so before this storm, I think we had up to 4 of them attack us at one point. Just randomly come in, and they're really good with low tier stuff as well. They don't need M4s. They can do the same with IJs, BKs, and shotguns. They're quick, and they're good shots. You know, and my advice, I'm not, you know, like I say, I'm not a fan of shooting people, but if you see them before they see you, I would personally try and get away. But like with a lot of some of those type of groups, if you've seen them, they probably saw you 5 minutes before, and they're working their way round. So the one you've seen is the one you've seen, but the other ones are in the bushes behind you or something. But yeah, I've had no good come from, you know, they've run in and shot people just by, you know, we've been up on the balcony. They just run in, hose somebody down, run off again, or they get angles. They're good. But yeah, so they're the only ones, if I see before they see me, I'll shoot at them. I'm not saying I'll hit them. but I will shoot at them.
You'll scare them off at least.
Yeah. But
Hey, sorry to interrupt. Silver, do you happen to have the gate code?
Yes. Do you need to get out?
No, I'm just gonna jump out, but I'm just gonna run over to town to see if I can find some better clothes and a few other little things. I'm gonna leave my bag here. I just want to be able to get back to my bag when I come back.
Yeah, that's fine then. That's all good.
Alright, cool. Well, I won't be too long. Does anyone need any water bottles filled or anything while I'm going out there?
no, I'm good. I carry a cooking pot. A cooking pot's fantastic because you can catch rain with a cooking pot or a cauldron. So I tend to take advantage of when it's raining.
Sure.
Oh, you can. I didn't know that.
Absolutely, yeah. So a cooking pot or a cauldron, you put it in your hands. You have to be in view of the rain, and if as long as you stay in view of the rain, you can walk and fill it up at the same time. But if you go under a tree or under here, you could probably get it in this little gap here. You could probably catch it here potentially. You'd be all right. But if you were to walk under here, you obviously stop collecting it. So
you need to treat it with chlorine tablets.
Nope. No, it is fresh as a daisy.
Oh, it's amazing.
And that is like you say, especially as a solo, if you can survive without going to wells, it's they're always a dodgy spot. But I don't carry a water bottle. I just carry a cooking pot because it's. I've got chlorine tablets in there just in case I have to take it out of a stream. But yeah, you just put it in your hands and hold it up to the sky, and it says catch rain. It takes a little while.
Weigh a lot though as well. Does it weigh you down?
Well, I've got 12 items in it. Let's see if I take them out and see if it. Let me have a look. Well, yeah. So it's 3 kilos full of water, without anything in the actual thing. But I put like the bottle suppressor, some bones, some chlorine tablets. So in total, it weighs 5 kilos. But I'm not carrying another water bottle, so I don't know how much a normal plastic water bottle weighs with water in it. Probably a kilo.
About 1 kilo. Yeah, it's 1 kilo.
Yeah, so it swings and roundabouts, but the thing is with the cooking pot, it's got more capacity.
I guess it protects you if you get shot at or attacked at.
It can.
The stuff that's inside it, right?
It can do, yeah, because I've had it in my jacket before, and I'm sure it's saved me from getting shot a few times, as in getting coasted a few times. And when I've looked at it, my jacket's been damaged, and the cooking pots took some of the, brunt of it. But yeah, it's and also if you're out in the wild, you can use it as on a cook stand as well. So that's quite a handy
really
thing.
Helpful for that.
Yeah. I've this time I've actually got a frying pan, and I don't normally carry that, but it's so much quicker. The frying pan, for some reason, is so much quicker to cook out in the wild. Once it gets hot, it cooks really quickly, and it doesn't seem, to deteriorate quite like a cooking pot does. But you can't keep water in it.
Cause smoke?
Nope.
With that?
No, you literally.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, you literally drop it on the floor there, turn it on, and you've got 12 items you can cook in there quite quickly. But
man, I gotta find myself one of those.
Well, if you're, I don't know if you've done the bark thing. If this is just stuff that I've picked up. Yeah, 2 pieces of bark is enough to cook nearly 20 pieces of meat in a stone oven or an oven. It goes out really quickly, and then there's no smoke. There's initially a little bit, but it burns out, and the oven stays hot enough to cook.
All right, so if it's because I thought it was only if you had bark after about 30 seconds to a minute the smoke goes. Is it that you need 2 bark instead? Well, and let it sort of like burn through those.
Yeah, you can get away with 1 piece of bark, and I think it gets the oven to hot. But if you use 2 pieces of bark, and it doesn't, obviously it burns twice as long, which still isn't that long, but it gets the oven to scorching, which stays hotter for longer once it goes out. it goes scorching, I think, or blistering, one of the two. I think it goes blistering, scorching, hot, warm, chilly, cold, and then it goes out. But I think on hot you can still cook stuff, but it goes to the next level up with 2 pieces of bark. But it depends on how much you've got to cook.
I had no idea about that.
Well, if you look at the stone oven now, it says chili. So that's like then it'll go completely out at the next stage. But it's just stuff we practice, because if we're under siege, we try and make stuff last. Ration off the bark and stuff, or we have food stashed away. But yeah, you can cook. I think it's like 20 pieces with just 2 pieces of bark once it goes out, because it stays hot enough.
I've ruined so many knives and axes by taking so much bark and short sticks.
Yeah.
That'll be
Always carry bones. Always.
Yeah. I don't do that enough.
Bones and pebble.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes a stone knife, right? Or does that make a bone knife?
Take the pebble and rub bones. Knife it on you.
Really? Can I give it a try, Gideon?
Yeah, go ahead, go give it a try.
Yes, you
that way you just make your research a lot further.
Ah, I see.
So, and it's one.
And it weighs nothing.
Yeah, and it's 1 knife per bone rather than 2 bones if you rub them together.
That's so good.
We always keep a stack of bones on us, because it's you can use them as hooks, you can use them as knives. It's just for most people they're not even interested in that, because they don't they come and go, they probably don't. But for us, we have to try and make things last if we're like sharpening stones. It's all right having your favourite knife, but I would rather use a sharpening stone on fishing hooks when we find them. That's what I would rather use them on. But if you rub 2 bones together, you get 1 knife. Or if you use a rock, or if you bash it on a big rock that you find by a stream or something, that's the same thing. You get 1 bone per knife, rather than 2 bones per knife if you make them in a thing. So it's just handy little stuff that.
Yeah, that's a lot more efficient.
And then, like you were just saying, it keeps your actual knives and your axes.
Yeah, exactly. You can use them for the stuff that you really need them for.
Yeah.
There you go. Yep.
So what are you guys doing up here? You doing a trip around north, or?
Well, we just try
back down south soon.
We'll probably head down south a bit, because we don't like leaving it unattended too much. But we just try and pop up and just see how things are up here, because they do the same for us when they're out and about. And again, more than likely we'll get potentially shot at, depending if it's our turn to get shot at. So we don't get too fussed about gear. It be a crackhead punching me out at the well, or Mr. Church is shooting at me from the hill. It goes regardless.
Yeah.
So, like I say, we make do with stuff we can find on the coast. I try to keep as little ammo on me as possible, just because obviously the shotgun I've got 20 odd rounds, which is for me it's probably a little bit too much, but it's mainly for putting down dogs or crackheads or bagheads if they get close enough. And the Mosin, I've got like 4 rounds in there, but that'll be for potentially defending against people or in a pinch hunting, but you can find all this pretty much up here. I think you can find.
Jump out of here no more, huh?
You can get out this way. You can get out this way, up over the top here, I think, unless they're built up.
Okay.
I think it's built up now. You may need to go in the truck.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you have to go on the truck and then on the thing, and then. Yeah, they probably
You might be able to reach the roof.
Mm.
Okay, that's a bit difficult.
Yeah, I think it might be. I think, well, Connor got out okay, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did the same thing.
But I think you need to have a reasonable amount of stamina to be able to make it, I think.
Try and give you a little heads up. Get it? Almost. I couldn't hold you there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird. I guess we're gonna have to go out through the gate.
To let you guys out, if you guys are heading out.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think we'll. Thank you. Yeah, I think unless you can get it from this bit. But I think you need reasonable stamina to. That might be why Connor dropped his stuff off, because you can't get out.
May have changed it. Hank. Did you get the front door?
Get
That's
out.
okay. I'm gonna want to try this now.
I think if you drop like your backpack and you're really light, I think you can make this no problem. But I'm half. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you very, very much. Nice to meet you, Silver.
There you go.
Yeah. See you, Hank.
Nice to meet you guys. Safe travels.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, you made it. He made it up there.
I did it.
Where are we off to?
Do you want to try the church? Just for a look, see? I mean, like I say, if we get shot, we get shot.
Oh yeah, I'm not worried about that.
We could probably do with cam nets, I think, just to put them up on the wall to make it a little bit more of a difficult shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to check on the convoy, see if there's a convoy up here. But that is the crazy thing here, and I was saying that to Silver. You know, when the server's nearly always full. There'll be times when it's probably not quite so full, but it's full with a, you know, it's a 95% 5-slot server, so it's like a third more than official. And that does fluctuate. If it goes quiet, they reduce it because it does cost money at the end of the day to run a server, and especially a higher pop one. That does cost. But yeah, there'll be a queue waiting to get in, and you won't see anybody else. You won't hear shots, but there's always stuff going on. It just depends if you're in the right place or the wrong place to see it. You know, you could run past somebody, not even know it. They could see you and not bother. They could see you and shoot. You know, that is DayZ in general though, but it's just I know there's some higher pop ones, but I'm not sure. I don't know enough about them to know what the optimum is, and if the mods have that much of an effect. You know, how much an effect does it have before it's too much? You know, there's a note. Oh, that was there before. That was that. Oh, do you need? I got some food for you if you need it. There you go.
I'll take a piece. I'm fine.
That was Hammy that got beaten to death.
Oh wow.
Sometimes you get less when you shoot her, so she must have been properly massaged. Yeah, that is DayZ. Unless you specifically like funnel people to an area, and I suppose you could say Tizzy is a natural location that people go for the gear. I think the gas zones here they probably would be, but I think unofficial it can be. Well, it's easy to get the stuff, but it can be a lot of effort for very little return sometimes.
Nothing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think we might even need to consider a flagpole going up.
Yep.
Because the stuff will start to disappear if we're not careful.
Yep.
That might be a case that we, you know, could potentially build 2 stone ovens up there again to get the rocks in.
Yeah. Let's see if we can get some nails right here.
A 60, isn't it, for a flagpole? I think.
Yeah, I think so. Yep.
Oh. Just going to try this shed over here.
I'll wait for you, don't worry.
So somebody's put a little shelter there. You see how easy it is to miss it, but when you see it, how easy it is to see. You could run past it if you're not paying attention quite easily. Oh. There is a sheep up there, a goat. And if I had more rounds, I'd probably shoot that. But I've got like 4 for the Mosin. notes up here today about us and the helping hands.
Should we continue on?
Yeah, yeah. Should we check in on the overlook?
Yeah, let's do it.
Behind you. I just had Siri flash up then when I said about the overlook. That must be code for something. Yeah, so there was notes placed at their well by the insurgents today.
What did it say?
The usual notes. But it was today that they put them up there. And there was some on our wells as well. It was Ben, the mailman, that left that note.
Oh, wow.
In all honesty...
For the Legionnaires?
No, for the Overlook. Mailman Ben, I think it was Ben, left a note downstairs. But,
did in all honesty what?
Well, we know, and I think they know as well, but if they could probably break into our place at any time they want, couldn't they?
Oh, of course.
So again, it's it might not be worth keeping, you know, just trying to really keep it to the bare minimum.
Yeah.
Where possible.
Yeah, I like what you done with the place ready.
Well, I think if we do a couple of big armories, but just have them as internal and just so they're extra layers that are going to be a defense rather than a wall they can just pop through to get into the main bit, I guess. And I think if it's too small, you can't put anything in there, so they have to be a bit bigger. We found that out last time.
Yeah, we just do our, like you said, just do our best to stash very little.
They can be worth their weight in gold. Chlorine tablets. Yeah, we need to go that way. Guess he would have checked the barn. Yeah.
They're in the barn.
Do you need any chlorine tablets? I've got a couple you can have if you need them.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, and I've got one round of 2-2.
Nice. Thanks.
Yeah, the military's just over there to our left.
Ah.
And this is the top end by the industrial bit. Steroy or Crapo. Or, yeah. Sapo. So these are it's always a dodgy town as well. It does get gas. That's always important to know, if you can, where the centre is. So obviously if you go that way or that way, if you keep going this way, you're going to be running into the gas. Oh, well. Rusty Land is quite hectic with Mr. Churches and his crew. They're out and they're about. Nothing.
And it's
we got a little bit more building done, but the reality is, they could hit, if they wanted to raid us, and that's the same with any group of that type. If they want to raid us, they can get in. There's very little we can do once the initial shots are taken. There's very little. It's and people can come to you. People can come to your help, assistance, and stuff like. Say again.
But he's around here.
Okie doke.
I didn't kill them.
Yeah, so, and then it comes to the point we're hoping, and that's not a very good place to be, but the reality is we're hoping that they tolerate us enough for now not to bother, because we're going to try and not keep much in there at all. So if they do get in, we're not giving them much, which is the truth, because we haven't got hardly anything at the moment. But yeah, so if groups are dead set on raiding you and they plan it, they'll get in. There's always that risk, and that's why we try not to upset groups. Where possible. Yeah, I have to remember I'm not on arc graders now where you can slide down 100 feet of ladder without damaging your hands. On here you shred your gloves, shred your hands. If you slide down in a pinch, you do. I think it's a light bleed as well. Oh, the thing is, again, it is. I think it's building up to a good story because they're not shy of pursuing their end. You know, that might not be popular with some people, but they're not shy. Of being who they are, you know.
Hello.
Nobody's home.
I don't know. Maybe that was somebody from the Overlook that killed the
Possibly.
Killed the infected.
Possibly. Check if the convoy's there.
Yep. Go.
Stuff lurking round every corner. Evildoers. Yeah, convoy's just down there. Yeah, we want to They're literally just over that hump. Oh, raining again. There is a police. You might think the police one just down that road. That might have been the one that he went to. Yeah, because this little deforested bit, if you come from the bottom road and you want to get up to Steroy, you can follow the other road that takes you all the way around, but if you come up this little valley, you get to the top there, and you've got the power lines here as well. But the convoy, if it is there, is a little bit further up from the road here. Not here. One oh 1025. .25, 1025. Anybody listening? Just up there, but I'll go to this other road because there is the police event. He might have thought that one because they're both convoys. .102.5, 102.5. Thought that's the person standing in the tree then. Well, I got another knife. That's not a knife. That is like Lucian, you know, like I say, that I've heard that name and I'm sure they've possibly come past. but I can't remember who or what. But I remember the name. I could be wrong, you know. I could be wrong, but I'm quite sure that I've remembered somebody. They've either, I think that was their name. That's what they've called themselves, or they've come as a group, and one of them's called Lucian. I think they'll hold some significance because they won't just be random. Yeah, I'm not sure where. And this is the problem. He could have been shot. Or he turned right, I turned left when we got out, and that's how easy it is to get lost. Separated from each other, should I say. So somebody's hit the medical. Cooked something in there. Come on, let's find a fishing rod. I think I've got space for it there. Nope. I think there's a couple more, isn't there? Nope. That might be whoever went through Steroid. This is quite a normal electro route. There's infected up now, yeah. Normally there's loads and it's always a dodgy place to go. For the amount of infected, because they normally are in that little stream in the middle. Doors are shut. I might find some Mosin ammo. Am I going to risk it this side? he just spawn in? I think you would have been heading back. And again, this is where, obviously, speaking in Discord is a bonus, you know. And I, like I say, I will use it, and I, you know, still do use it. I just like the fact here that you can get lost if you don't. You know, I think you come to rely on it. That's the thing. And again, for me personally, you come to rely on it, and also you can miss. Brilliant. You can miss sounds and things like that if somebody's. Oh, I've just found this over the Discord. You might lose concentration or not pay attention to something. Nothing. I'm running towards these as well. I got my shotgun, I've got enough slugs. We all know the difference between like hearing them and seeing them is a split second sometimes. I'm hoping that they're deciding who to go after. Oh, they're worrying sheep. Get off my land, stop worrying my sheep. I have to be quick because they'll switch to me. Even that little touch, I think it is the same with the wolves, they can do that. but they'll aggro on, you know, if you get too close, they'll snap to you, and they might still snap to me, but poor Lammy the lamb there is going to get pulverized by the dogs. That's the road to Pooster. Shaun the sheep. If I'm completely honest as well, I've forgotten where that sea chest is buried. I've got an idea, but I don't think it's going to be useful. Depends if we're getting watched now. Well, I haven't heard any shots, so I'm not sure which way Gideon. I think he'll be heading back this way. I think. No goop train, no goop goop goop. He'll probably already be back, you know how quick he can travel. I haven't got enough. I've got like 4 rounds of Mosin ammo. If I was starving or I needed it, you'd be in the pot, mate. I might have to go fishing, you know. I think I will. Let's get a stick. get some mackerel. Yeah, let's get a little bit of mackerel. They can probably see us. I've got worms, so I can catch a few. Just keep topped up. Unless we find a fishing rod. Hopefully I won't get chased down by those dogs either. Oh, I think their lock's been rolled. I'm sure that was locked. Oh no, it wasn't. They just lockpicked it, I think. Remember? Thank you, gods. Ah, no problem, no problem. I sort of done a quick sweep and then went on the radio, but again, it's I think we might have the same, but I don't think we lose power like a lot of people do there when they have the really bad electrical storms. Got his first fishing rod and a metal hook. That was just in between the gap, you see, as I went to drink that Pepsi. Ah. So someone has been up there poking around. The glass factory roof's open. Yeah, somebody's been poking around. Evildoers probably. Stay this low down, I think you stay out of line of sight from the glass factory roof. Just about, you have to be careful there. I might have to go, if I survive my fishing expedition, I may have to go up there and relock that. I don't know the last time I checked to see. Yeah, you get really exposed here. That's a shame. Quite a monumentous occasion this is. A fishing rod and a hook. Probably catch Wellingtons first. Better not let me down. 83%er. What a glorious day it is. 83%er. Oh, 97. Please don't lose the hook. I've got bone hooks, which you get like 60 to 70-ish, I think, if you're lucky. Or we might get low 80s. Oh yes, there we go. Had to go and spoil it. Welcome in, welcome in. No, it's a fantastic development that you guys are doing, and girls possibly, although I'm not 100% sure of that, but hats off to the effort. And you know, I can't imagine you know, how much, I'm not say planning, but what you've put into developing this, so that's amazing. Oh, 99%. Well, clearly this is the best day ever. I found a fishing rod. Best day ever. Just the amount, like, not, you know, it is 2-for-1 return that you're getting on, you know, or 3, you know, 3-for-1 if you're using the stick. Again, it keeps you alive, but I think Echo was saying that as well, that you're fishing for ages for very little return, but you need to keep you alive. But with this, I can imagine. I can imagine. I mean, you've been here, you know, a lot longer than me, and I'm hooked. So I can only imagine how much that increases. But again, it's the effort that, you know, people like yourselves and, you know, put into it, because these don't happen by themselves, do they? You know, there has to be, you know, mutual, and so I think it's what people understand, and that I didn't fully understand it at the start, but you get out what you put in. Now, you might not always like what, you know, as in it might not go well for you as a character, but if you don't put anything in, I think they're those dogs again. So it is a 2 or 3 way thing sometimes. If you leave it down to 1 and it's down, you know, it can't really progress so much. So it takes a buy-in from everybody. I suppose that's what I'm badly trying to. There's more space there. Put you in there. That sounded like the dogs. So somebody's been down here earlier. Put you in there. Put you in there. Have we got bone knives? Oh. No, I was. There's some more dogs. I haven't done it. I didn't really do any, and I'll be honest. I'm finding my way through it. You know, I think it's whatever you feel comfortable with that you can build up to, and I think people can get put off the thought of it, but never really experience it, and it's whatever pace. You know, a name to start with, and then build on it from that, and that you might find that, well, you know yourself, but you find that it can develop from that. You know, some people might think they have to go full bore into it, but see how it fits and see how. But I think having a character and trying to stick to that, what that character does, unless something upsets the balance, because I think sometimes we've seen it down here where they come past one day and they're one character, they come past another day and they're just trying to find what works for them, but it can get confusing. They've got dogs in Cherno. Dogs in Cherno, dogs in Electro. I think I prefer to play, you know, like this in DayZ in general for the most part. I'm not really a shoot. I don't mind shooting, you know, I don't mind a bit of a PvP, but I don't. One, I'm not that good, and to get good at, or to get better at it, you need to do it all the more, which can be fun. But for me, I enjoy this, you know, and I think the key thing is enjoying, like the bandit types, if that's what suits some people, you know. But I think if you don't enjoy it, it might not be as fun, you know. But you never know. You never know what can turn a character into something else. You know, experiences, interactions. The constant getting, you know, punched out by a freshie after giving them some fish can turn it. Constant dog howling as well. And that's the thing about this, you know, this one in particular, the server in particular, you never know what's going to happen. You know, some people might have played it for weeks, if not longer, and just nothing's happened. Or they could, and that's why we always tell them if they can get to any like events, that's the best way of meeting some people. Oh, 99%, 98 and 99, 97. But I'd encourage people to give it a try. Just roll with it if they're not, because it's not natural to me. But just roll with it and just give people the courtesy of them playing out their character. You know, if you might think it's a bit far out for you or a bit silly in some cases, just respect it and let it play out. You know, and just do whatever's natural. I think he was scared to get kidnapped and taken into the woods, and we all know what Irish is into now after the radio conversation. I think he was terrified of the bee stuff. That's what I reckon deep down. Getting Irished in the woods. Yeah. Ooh. How can something seem so worrying on a text? No, there's more to it, far more to it. There's far more to it. And so, yeah, so there's more of the emotional attachment to their interaction, you see, because they go back further. You know, they go back. You know, so that'll be a completely different thing because they know each other from old, and they've got their views on things. So, you know, and that's what I keep saying about having the emotional attachment to something that's happened. If you hear about it, you can be like, it can be sad, but because you weren't there, like the Mogi massacre, you know, that didn't happen that long ago in the grand scheme of things. But I was there in the front row. Me, Elliot, Gideon, Uno. Who else was there? Mufasa. So we were there, and again, like Blackthorn's involvement so far, because Boone and Father Abrahams aren't with us anymore, their involvement, which was quite considerable, has sort of been brushed to the side. You know, but if you've only just washed up in the last 6 months, it might not even be a thing. You know, there might not even be a thing that you know, people are aware of. So when people are go on about Blackthorn, that is a big thing, and they were complicit in it, extremely complicit in the whole thing. Yeah, extremely complicit in it. But that's been for the time being, and there's nobody should have an argument who was there, because the only thing we don't know is yet, you know, and I'm probably assuming and second guessing stuff. Shut up, will you? Dogs. That may even come out because the cult are around again, you know, so it's difficult to know what hold they had over them to get them to do that. Was it Father Abrahams and Boone? Was it more, is it deeper rooted? You know, is it something they're going to be helping them again? And you know, so there's I thought someone was crawling around there then. So that, you know, there is that side to it, that if you weren't here, that wouldn't even be a thing. But if you can, you know, if you're lucky enough to spend time here, you get involved in stuff. So when somebody goes, you know, Blackthorn have always been Blackthorn, it's just they haven't quite been their usual selves openly, you know, especially to us. But the whole Blackthorn cult thing, that, you know, has been, you know, forgotten about predominantly, but it'll rear its ugly head and people won't understand the connection. And again, you know, it might not be for everybody, you know, and that's, you know, the truth. But I think if you get to grips with it and you're fortunate enough to bump into some of the people, and you know, you're free to react, you know, how you see fit, like getting held up. You know, you can get all upset, or you can try and glean information. You know, there's all sorts of things. Let's put you just back in there just in case. And I suppose getting back to, sometimes things won't make sense why they're happening. It'll either seem out of character or out of like role. But you know, if for argument's sake, if Blackthorn now start running with the cult, it may be a shock, but it's not, because that's what they've done before. But it will be to some people. You know, because that's where the history comes from, and all the stories and the lore and things like that, where, you know, if you're fortunate to experience some of it, you'll remember it. Yeah, still remember when we had the big skull off here. The island that rose out of the sea. We need to keep an eye out again, because that was just out here. Just over there. Yeah, one more after dinner mincer. Oh, they've moved round. Two more, is it? Yeah, two more. Still 22 degrees and it's like nearly 11:30 at night. As I say, I got the fan running, but at this point, it's just blowing warm air around. Could be a lot worse though. I think they're going to be in the embassy, near the embassy. Yeah. Yeah. Can't poop in peace. Yeah, that was funny. Let's go. Might run into dogs though, because they seem to be over there by the embassy. So somebody might be home. Upstairs. If you go to the top, they de-aggro, but I think they're going to come after me, so I need to eat this fish. Is that somebody up? Oh, it's a tree behind there. Please don't be sick, please don't be sick, please don't be sick. Please don't be sick, please don't be sick, please don't be sick. Yeah, you can't poop in peace. And there's nothing worse than a bunged up clown. You know, they're grouchy enough at the best of times if you catch them on the wrong time. Imagine that being all backed up. Gone quiet, which means they're probably going to run at me any moment. Shut up. I've got dogs to worry about. Of course. They're around, I guarantee you. Well, we got more notes.
Bad news.
Hello, hello?
Yeah, what is the bad news? Holy shit. Ah. You got me. You got me. Fuck yeah, I'm free. Woohoo! 10 minutes.
What's happened? Yeah, I'm back. I'm back.
Okay. Jack was stuck in the corner.
What?
Yeah. Here. I slept here, exactly in this corner, and there was a post in front of me. I couldn't move.
Well, that's because you've been a naughty boy. That's the naughty boy's
Yeah,
corner.
yeah. 2 minute fish. I killed our. Oh la la.
I'll leave that in the tent or something because.
I shot our friend Boris and I ate him, and you know this is the punishment.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. Poor old Boris.
Guys, I don't know, because it was crazy. I woke up early this morning. I wanted to just check if everything is okay. There were maybe 6 dead bodies, and I went down to see, and it was on a coin. I start gathering the shit, and then I got shot from the industrial, and then there was a freshie trying to steal the shit. I killed them, and it was crazy. And then honest coin came, and I gave them all the things, so it's okay now. But yeah, it was
They
crazy.
said thank you very much. They came past earlier, or woke up around here earlier, and they said, yeah, really appreciate it. That freshie might have been one of the other guys coming back as well, because they think they shot a couple of them, 1 or 2 of them as well, potentially.
Yeah, they did. They did, because there were dead bodies with black clothing, like how Harry Churches and his friends were dressed up.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was it, but because I went downstairs and I was like, who is that? Who is that? I was asking, and then I see somebody putting some clothes, getting a tundra or something from the floor, and he started rushing, and I told him stop. And I just realized at that moment, one of the dead bodies has the honest coin armband, and I shot him in the head.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so they said basically, I think Jeanette was taken out first. I think he didn't really know much of what went on, but I think Wednesday and is it Natasha?
Tanya,
yeah. But we, me, Gideon, and Roscoe, we got quite a few logs and started to place them in the gaps again. So this is there's one there. There's this one's been done. This has just been put there to cover that gap. This is just so we don't lose the logs.
Do we have nails right now?
Hello, hello.
Hello, is that Rusty?
Yes, it is indeed. Who we got?
I am a traveler. I've come for food and aid.
Aid.
Yeah. Hey, you sent me to the boat to look for Rusty, but
Oh yes, that's it. This is the visual found this. Yes, yes. Bring you some food. Anything else? Anything else you might need?
a ride to the northeast?
Oh, this one is funny.
We haven't seen any boats.
Yeah, usually when we have boats.
Yeah, if we had a spark plug, yeah, it might be worth if you're heading that way just to keep to the coast. But I've got a feeling that the island people, be it Prison Island or Bereziki or Skiliski, tend to hoard them a little bit, so they can be a little bit more difficult to find occasionally.
My friend.
Okay.
Do you need a map or anything?
No, I'm good. This is Ephraim. We've met a few times. I'm from the Merryman.
Ah, yes.
How you doing, Mr. Ephraim?
Pretty good. Down on my luck a little bit, but I was down south hanging out with the Golden Peppers, little vacation, so I'm trying to get back up there.
Wow, nice. Good to hear they're still around.
Yeah, I've been hearing some reports about this insurgency group. Anything you can tell me on that, I would greatly appreciate it.
Oh yes, Rusty can fill you in.
Let me just come a bit closer. Whereabouts? Yeah, so they are made up of predominantly ex-Fireflies. Mr. Churches is the leader, I guess, of the insurgency. That was him, and then he's gained a following. I won't speak about his dislike for other groups. I can only tell you about his dislike for us. So it's a bit of a two-pronged thing. His main, and I'm sure if you catch him on the radio, he will tell you as well. If you catch him on the radio, he's very keen to put his point or his side across. So because we try to be neutral as much as we can, we try to assist whoever. That may also include, Dam, FL, Blackthorn, a couple of pieces of fish and off they go. Now, I know they're not always the most favourite of people's groups, but we try to treat everybody the same around here, Now, for us, a piece of fish and off they go, it gets them away from here quicker, but obviously in his mind it allows them to then carry on and get up to no good, without having to struggle to get back. There's two ways of looking at it. So he is dead against us, him and his group now are dead against us assisting people on the coast who may cause harm.
You said they're ex-Fireflies that are joining him?
Yeah, so
yeah,
Santiago, Irish, Tino are the ones that we know of at the moment. Roy,
Santiago, wow.
Roy from Northern Oasis is with them now as well.
Irish is his right-hand man. That bastard.
Wow.
Now we were friends.
Well,
wow.
I believe the Fireflies, and what they want to achieve are very close. They are very close on what they want to achieve. It's just the insurgency are willing to go that step further to get what needs to be done. So they may not see it as bad. They see it as a necessity, So they're willing to shoot people. You could get shot here because you're here. You're guilty by association. They've they've deemed anybody who comes here a potential target because they're here. They do a lot of watching. They might even be watching us now because they may see like people come and go. They may see or get information that Blackthorn might come walking through here with their guns out, and they reckon we should be shooting at them or and not assist them with them. But we're reluctant to have anybody tell us how to manage what we do here. Now what people do in other places we can't control that, but here we try to keep everybody apart from bagheads on an even sort of like thing to allow us then to assist. Yeah, bagheads are around as well.
Oh my god.
I have heard, which might affect where you are, today we were speaking to somebody and they reckon a little group of them have moved into the industrial in Novo.
What?
I mean, I can't clarify it, but I heard that up at the Helping Hand, somebody said that, or was it? No, that might have been the Honest Coin told me. I think it was the Honest Coin. Said that, yeah, there's potentially a group of them, but they travel all around the map, and the graveyard near here by the gas station holds a special place for them. But I've heard that there's a few of them in that industrial now in Novo. So they are up. So you might bump into them potentially. But again, that might not be accurate. I'm only passing on what I heard today.
Well, I saw Harry Churches a few weeks ago, and he was up in Chernarus. And at that point, I had seen the wanted posters by the Fireflies saying they want him dead or alive. I didn't have any idea about this insurgency, and him and I actually went and tracked down this bandit that had just robbed somebody. We went together, we ran together, and tried to track down this bandit, and bandit slipped through our fingers, but we had some good talks and everything, and he seemed a lot different. Like I heard his tapes about hope and all that years ago. That's actually part of the reason why I came to Chernarus. And he seems way different than those tapes. Like, something must have happened for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's seen a lot, been through a lot, and he is definitely the more extreme in his views. Well, the other ones do follow his views. They do follow. I think that's why some of them have moved from the Fireflies to him, because they believed in what he was trying to achieve, and potentially the Fireflies' reluctance to go. Now, I don't know, the extra step,
man.
The extra step could be.
Look, I would agree with him on that point. The Fireflies are just stuck in the mud. Remember the last time I was here when, we tried to pass that, we tried to be the mediators for the peace between you and the Fireflies?
Yeah.
And then one of their leaders came down here and posted a note on your door. Remember that?
Yeah. Saying basically, don't deal with anybody else other than us. Well, I think that
was just the biggest punch in the gut, and I have not gotten along with them since. And just example after example after that of them just staying behind their walls, not wanting to do anything. We got this war with hosts up in the Northeast and FL by extension, and they just refuse to get involved. And if the shoe was on the other foot, we wouldn't even ask a question. We'd be there helping them if they asked for our help.
Yeah. So an example again. I've not seen that side of Mr. Churches that a lot of people say from before. I've only met him when he's been shooting at us and coming down here, and he shot somebody in the back. Like you stood there, he's just running and just blasted them in the back. And an example of that I've experienced again from my myself and Mimi, we were just north of Electro heading up that road, and
Mimi, the farmer.
Mimi from the Trailblazers.
Oh, okay.
She's now a woodsman. She's now a woodsman.
Okay.
Well, I bumped into her on the way up to Mokolevka and noticed that her pants needed repairing, so we went into a bush, and next thing we know, we both get blasted while we're in the bush. I get back fairly quickly and can't quite remember where I was, but then I got blasted again, and as I went down I saw someone all in black with a yellow armband on. Now I ran, obviously when I got back I found our stuff, and there was a note on there from Mr. Churches saying these Firefly killers got what they deserved, signed Harry Churches. So I went straight to Pooster, and you know, just to you know, because we were on, well, we still are for the most part on okay terms with the Fireflies, you know, for the best we have been for, you know, quite a while. And I said, look, this is what happened. Myself and Mimi were here, and as I got back, I got shot somebody all in black, which I think is possibly Irish now, because he was considered to be working alone. But he doesn't wear an armband. Harry doesn't, as far as I'm aware. He doesn't wear any armbands, and he doesn't align himself with the Fireflies anymore. But in his report, so he was still like working with them and help and assisting them on time to time. So his report was, so a couple of Fireflies got shot at, or one got unfortunately coasted up near Mokolevka by the police convoy. And in his report to them was, he tracked down the two people and coasted them, but we did not fit the description of the people they were chasing. No, there was no, you know, I was dressed as I am, you know, green raincoat, armband. He didn't mention it was a woodsman, but in the report, so I think there's a fine line between doing the extra bit and then being a bit out of control or doing stuff you see fit. Because I think when he got banished or sent away from Pooster, he executed a prisoner. Now, I'm not saying they wouldn't have possibly happened anyway, but I think he done it without any sort of authorization or any, you know, he just done it. And I think for them that was one of the final straws. But that's where I think they fractured a little bit, unfortunately. I'm not sure who out of the Fireflies are left up there. I think Ed still might be up there. But I'm not 100% sure. But I'm sure if you speak to him again, get his side, because, you know, I'd rather you hear him from him. And if you get him on the radio, he's more than willing to, if he knows you as well, he'll probably, you know, explain why he dislikes us. And obviously, we've also got a little bit of history from Fireflies and before, so ours is like twofold. But the main thing is against the community camps that willingly assist what he deems as being the bad groups. You know,
when I saw him, he kept on about he can't sit by and abide by neutrality anymore. It only leads to more pain and suffering, and you know, people will throw food at a person's feet and not offer them any more help. And it seemed like he was getting a bit more extreme with his views.
Yeah, and there's always two sides. There's always the perspective, but you know, when we've been getting shot at, as much as I would like to go downstairs and hand somebody something, I think throwing, you know, if that is what he was going on about, but throwing them some fish from here while we're getting shot at is still supporting them, you know, the best we can with what we can. But yeah, it's a shame, you know. He'll slow us down by facts. He's grown in numbers now. I think he's up to at least 8 members, if not more. So that's an achievement.
Oh, wow.
Yes, and he raided the ORCC a couple of days ago as well, their group.
Yeah, I heard that. Just took them out, flattened them, everything gone.
Well, again, we're not sure, because you know what it's like. If somebody sees somewhere open, it happened to us before a couple of storms ago. We got hit, and then there was opportunists and scavengers that came through afterwards that made it look a lot worse. And when we found out, you know, who it was, we were like, it couldn't have been. They would never have done that. But yeah, there was the afters that, you know, there was at least 2 or 3 other people or groups that came through after them. So that might have been that case. But so from his mouth, it was because they actively deal with FL, I think it is now.
Well, that's true. That is true. We have the same intel.
But again, and my point of view, not that it means anything, is if, again, this is just me spitballing, but if you're a trader, is it not better, and again, you can go on about morals, but is it not better to trade with people, because they'll end up raiding you anyway eventually? I know it's not a popular thing, but if you're a trader and you start to deny people, same as Dan when they weren't allowed to go to the airsoft event, they just came down and a 3-hour firefight ensued.
I mean, we got some intel. I'll let you in on this. This guy Henry, he came to us after we made our declaration of war against FL and the host. He came to us. And he was giving us a bunch of intelligence about how the ORCC was acting. You know, not just dealing with them and like you say, but acting on their behalf. You know, not neutral, like trying to protect themselves, like acting on their behalf, doing things for them. So, you know, it could be rumors. We didn't trust the guy, but he seems to be sticking to his story even after a few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, again, it could be true. You know, I'm not, again, I'm a big fan of hearing stuff from the source, or if I don't know, at least directing you to the source so you can get their, you know, side, because there's always two sides of the story and you normally hear the third side. But
yeah, he was pointing the finger at Augustine of ORCC, and you know, Augustine's actions spoke the exact opposite, you know. So again, you're right. You can't just take it from hearsayers, but
and there might be, again, there'll be elements of truth, but quite often parts are missed out, which make the truth a lot more severe, or the reasons a lot more severe. I'm not trying to stick up for anything, but we've experienced it with us where people get part of one story and they're already leaning that way, so they believe it, you know, because it's not unusual, they believe it. But I suppose I'm just, because we live on the coast and we try and keep out of other people's business, I still think if people, this will never happen, but if people lived with a group and saw what they had to deal with, they may have a different opinion. It's always easy to judge a group on your own set of what you would do in that situation. You know, same as with the Helping Hands being so close to Blackthorn. You know, if it was down to Mr. Churches, he would want us shooting FL as they come past. You know, any of those groups that come past, he would want us to deny them assistance and shoot at them. That would be his gold-plated solution for us down here, and we try not to do that with anybody apart from bagheads. Now, again, it's not popular, but you know, I'm reluctant to get essentially dictated to, and it's happened a few times, you know, on how we survive. You know, people can have their opinion, you know, brilliant, but they seem to come after us and not always after the people who they're actually against. Because his opinion is, and I'm running on a bit now, but his opinion is, you know, we supply them, but you know, believe it or not believe it, if they come past, they normally get one or two pieces of fish. It's not weapons, not ammunition, one or two pieces of fish, like we do to anybody that comes past, you know. But his opinion, if he stops us, that then prevents them from doing what they do. But what he has done, he's slowed us down to where we haven't really been able to function as effectively, but these groups are still around. So they can function without us. You know, we're not doing weekly food runs to them. We're not doing that. We've never done that. You know, but if they do come past, you know, we try to keep civil.
Well, what actions are you taking against the insurgency now to counter this, or are you just trying to hunker down?
Well, it's extremely difficult. So we put a reward out before the storm because the Fireflies were actively trying to capture him and bring him to justice. So we had an idea of, because we're not a shooty group, and they're very good at what they do. They're very good shots. They're very well geared. Even better now, they raided the ORCC. So we put a bounty out on him to be captured alive. Now it's not going to be an easy thing. I think it started at 300 nails value at Eastside Traders. I think it was at the time, and that would only increase as we found stuff. The main purpose was to try and deny him as much freedom of movement up and down, because from the hills here, so from behind me, from pretty much all the way up 3 valleys, pretty much up to probably Svet or Bereziki, all the way round to the southwestern Evac, he's got freedom of movement along the hills and inland. We just, because a couple of shots, and we really have to, they'll hit us more often than not if we're not careful. So we were just trying to hinder his movement. So because the Fireflies did slow him down a bit, because I think they were patrolling the hillside, which prevented him as much freedom of movement. But that seemed to have gone now. They've got pretty much their free movement now to shoot at us, go up to Snickersville on the Skiliski corner. I don't know if you know where that is. Opposite.
I've seen it.
Yeah, so he doesn't like the clowns for obvious reasons to him. So he attacks Snickersville because, again, they assist the clowns, or it's a clown establishment. He then will shoot at us, and then he shoots at the Helping Hands because of their, again...
Well, how do you get the information on how many people he has and who he has in the group? How have you learned that?
So we've seen them, and we've spoken to them on the radio. And it's so these are confirmed. There's probably more that we can't confirm, but the
They're
ones
not shy about it.
Not when you meet, because we met with them yesterday. We met with them yesterday in Electro to try and see if there was. I mean, I wasn't particularly fond because he caught me in Pavlovo a few months ago when I was at the well, tied me up, took me upstairs in the fortress house, told me how much he disliked us and that this wasn't going to stop, and then he shot me in the face while my hands were still...
he shot you in the face?
Yeah, he shot me in the face, yeah. He hates us with a passion.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I am now. It took a little while to get over. But yeah,
Holy shit.
And so, but again, a lot of his hatred comes from previous, with the Fireflies and a few other things. So for us, I think it's a bit more personal as a group rather than just somebody that assists. And again, I say assist, we do in the fact that there's a couple of pieces of fish, but the way it's made out or the way it's sold is that we're doing regular supply runs. We've never done that. And
I remember that was the Fireflies' main beef with you before, and you even repeated it back then.
Again, and what I will say, if we chose to, that's different, but we never have done. But we have, if they do come past, we try and keep civil. And it is a bit of self-preservation, I'm not going to lie. If you don't look after yourself as a group, you might as well not be a group anymore. But, if you have all those groups, you'll know better than us. We'll get hit by any of the main groups, no problem at all. They'll get in. So we try and keep civil, or we try and get them to maintain a tolerance of us, so we don't get, because if they get bored, they'll come in and take what they want, even though we haven't got a great deal. So we try not to upset them. If that means that they can come past here.
The reason why I think Churches hasn't targeted us is because in Chernarus alone we have 2 community camps. One is St. Joe's and the other one is Sherwood Point. And both of those camps, we practice non-neutrality. We keep armed guards around at all times. Anyone that's on the list of, shoot on sight, we shoot them on sight. Simple as that.
Yeah.
I think if we had anything less than that, he would have been targeting us.
Absolutely.
As well, by the sounds of it.
I think you're...
And I tell you, it is a hard life. There's fights in Chernarus every day, so I can understand not wanting to live that way.
And Yeah, I do think you're right. You know, and he did say if you know, he had a list of groups that he doesn't like, and some of them, you know, like the Cult of Papa. Well, we've never dealt with them as far as I'm aware, and we never will, especially from the, you know, what happened in Mokolevka. You know, but my concern with this is what if he then, and again, this is speculation, what if he then adds another name to the list? How we, you know, say he has a beef with the Legionnaires for whatever reason, how we then got to shoot them on sight? When does this list ever diminish, or will it just keep growing? Because it, you know, but that's why, yeah, if you go against those groups, I think you're fine because you're assisting, you know, in his which is fine, you know, that's fine. And again, we're big believers in people are free to do, you know, what they want. If you have got a problem, that's when you go and try and sort it out. But you know, like you say, you've got to be prepared.
I think it was Socrates who talked about no man willingly does evil. The only evil that's done by man is when he thinks he is 100% right. When he thinks he's 100% doing the right thing, and he doesn't even think about it. He's just, you know, that's when
it's a necessity. It's a necessity, and they don't see it as wrong. But you know, it is difficult to, you know, remain neutral. But I say we're not in that regard because, like I say, bagheads. I'll shoot a baghead on sight. I've got no time for them whatsoever because they've done the same thing. They've run in here and shot people.
Yeah, British Paul used to talk about bagheads all the time. He seemed to know a lot about them somehow, and he would just say that they were insane religious fanatics that were blind and, you know, all sorts of crazy things. They'd eat people, eat babies, eat children.
Yeah, and they've been in here. I think we got attacked. I think 4 or 5 of them in one go, and they were OG, just whistles, sign language, and violence. And they normally have a stab vest.
Terrifying.
Well, and they're very good with low tier stuff. They don't need to be, you know, any IJs, BKs, shotties. They can come running in, you know, in a blink of an eye. Normally,
you said that they lived in the sewers.
Possibly.
They lived in the sewers, and that they only came out to fucking like eat. They believe that they're eating the sin of the world and saving everybody. Like psycho shit.
Well, they used to leave notes. I don't know if they still do. They used to leave notes at the cemetery just down the road in between us and the Legionnaires. And the Legionnaires used to go there on a daily basis and remove all the notes. But they would be back as soon as they took them down.
Do you think it'd be dangerous for me to go down there? I'd kind of like to have a look for myself.
I mean, yeah, feel free. I mean, the last one we saw was like 4 days ago when he beat Uno up with a baseball bat when she was moving logs. I just heard her shout out.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she's probably still a bit shaky from it. I heard her shout out, and I jumped down, and I was a bit too late. And but I managed to put him down. But it's no real. I don't take any sort of like pride in that. It's just something that if I see them before they see me, I'll always shoot at them. Just because you know, Gideon and me bumped into one in Electro when he was cooking people outside the police station, outside the PD. So
It's always been a rule in the Northeast forever to just anyone with a bag on their head, at the very least, hold them up and then find out what's going on.
Well, if we've had an occasion, people come past with a bag on their head and they're talking, because like Stella wears one. So if they're talking, we try to explain to them that it's not a good look. We don't. Well, saying that, if I see one at distance, I will probably blast them. But if they're downstairs,
that's right, they don't talk. That's right.
And so if they're downstairs and we see a bag and they're talking, well, obviously we possibly assume that they're not an OG. You know, they've just found you can do it and they think it looks cool. So we will explain to them that it's not a good look. But from distance, if I see one,
mythical. It's like a myth now. So like, I guarantee you, there's copycats.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, there has been on occasion groups of 2s and 3s that go round with them in their bags, and then they get into somewhere like the Overlook, then they put them on their heads. So yeah, then they're like what we call the pretenders. But and if you do see someone that doesn't speak, this is just from my experience, if they haven't found a bag, they tend to bind their face with improvised face cover and head cover, and they tend not to look at you directly. They tend to shield their face away from you if they're not appropriately dressed. So you can sort of tell.
Seriously.
Because we've had one come past here and he was shielding his face because he didn't have a bag on. So, but yeah, they tend to have their faces wrapped up with improvised face cover and head cover, and
that's so intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to understand the psychology. There was an anthropologist up in Olsha named Tally. I don't know if you've ever met him.
No.
I'd love to like put him on the Bagheads to find out more, because he did a whole. He was ingrained with the cavemen at one time, and he learned all about their culture and their language and all that. I wonder if he'd be open to doing the same thing with these Bagheads.
Possibly, because they come under the. I don't know if you heard the term. They come under the group called the Covenant. That's who they come under.
Covenant. Okay.
So when you look on a map, when you find a map, there's a little symbol between us and the Legionnaires that points to that cemetery, and that symbol is the Covenant.
Okay.
But do you know? You might have bumped into him because there was a guy called Preacher. Have you bumped into him up your way?
I've heard about him. Mamie was just talking about him not that long ago.
Well, he comes down here occasionally. Nice chap, nice chap. He went there to see them because he was interested, and I've not seen him since.
Oh, God.
Now, I don't know if he's just not woken up for a while, but we were having a talk like this, and he was exactly like that. He said, I'm going to go and see if I can, speak to him or have some sort of... And again, I'm not saying he hasn't been passed, but I haven't seen him since. He said he was going to go down there and have a... But yeah, so they leave notes in the church. Gaxa beer,
Okay.
Gaxa.
Well, I was
Crusty.
actually going to go see the Legionnaires, see if they had a boat where I could get up north quick.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at it from a distance. I mean, knowing that this preacher guy went missing. That's for sure.
I haven't seen him. It doesn't mean, but yeah, he was quite intrigued by the whole thing. But you might find, they're up closer to you than you realise if what I think it was the Honest Coin said is true.
That's concerning. I'm gonna look into that, because we have had people bedding down in the Novo Industrial before, and when they do, hostilities do increase. I've never seen a baghead myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna let the guys know.
So they normally travel quite well, unless they trade up. Stab vests, low tier guns, bags. They whistle as well, either with the plastic one or manually, but they don't speak. But because they don't speak, they can sneak in here quite, they can creep up really well. The only thing that tends to give them away is their belly sometimes rumble, or they've got the giggles. Because if they do manage to knock you out, they do feed you human as well.
I guess they would get that disease, yeah.
Yeah, and if they do manage to knock you out, they will feed you while you're unconscious. Because that's happened to a few people before as well.
Human meat? Oh God. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna steer clear there.
Well, if you...
You're scaring me with these.
Well, I'm sure you can handle yourself, but if I see them, I'll try and shoot. But if there's more than, I'll try and get away, because they're quick, and I wouldn't fancy being knocked out and fed, because it has happened. But they've been seen as in Gorka, attacking dam, I think, last storm.
Really?
They've been quite active the last storm. Different phases. They go a bit.
Is there anyone that that would know more about them, as far as their inner, I don't know, workings or whatever?
Possibly the Legionnaires, potentially, because they're so close and they took an interest in the cemetery. But I'm not sure of anybody else, unless, you know, people who, because I do believe these are more of the OG type. So if there's, is it St. Joseph's? Is that where a lot of the records are kept, or people who know?
What's it called? The archives, but they haven't. The archives hasn't been up since a couple storms ago.
Yeah, I think people who've been around.
The proprietor of the archives, the original proprietor, has been around. He's been hanging out at St. Joe's. Yeah.
Yeah. So
maybe she would know. Okay. Yeah.
And also, the cult are active as well. Just to throw that one in there again.
Oh, I might as well let you know too. They have been targeting Chernarus Polyana after St. Joe's came back, after Mamie came back. And they've been active. They've been spotted in the northeast with torches, walking up and down the highways. They left threatening notes at St. Joe's saying they're looking for their 11th sacrifice. They walk among you. You're not going to know who it is. Blah blah blah. So active, very active in the northeast right now. So if you see any cult hunters that come here for aid, let them know that they definitely could be used in the northeast.
Yeah, because they did see him. There was one up in the Honest Coin in Starry Yar last week. And I'll tell you, because they say if they're active up there, they were looking for somebody called Lucian. I don't know if that name rings a bell. I've heard the name before, but I can't picture where or what group. But apparently they're after him.
Mamie talked about a Lucian. They were with the Nightshade, who is ex-Odyssey. They've moved out of Brixton, and they've formed a new group called the Nightshade,
that might have been, but I definitely heard the name before. But apparently that's who they're looking for next. That's who they said before they got. Because I saw the robes. They put them down and they had the robes, but these were brown robes. But they had them.
Brown robes, okay.
I think black is normal, but yeah. Do you need any more fish at all for your journey? I got some more I can give you.
If you have any to spare, and I would go an extra mile and ask you, do you have a double barrel or a single barrel shotgun to spare? I'm gonna head to the Legionnaires.
Let me see.
Fucking bagheads.
Let me see.
Put them down.
I've got a BK if that's any use.
Absolutely, I have no ammo.
I'll just grab. I'll grab. Let me throw this down. There's none in it at the moment. Let me just grab this, and I'll grab some. Bear with me a second. Do you need a water? Do you need a water bottle or anything?
I don't have one. Yeah.
Let me
fill up at the well over yonder.
I'll grab a few things. If there's things of any use up there.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
No problem. Yes, a lot's happened since, but again, we'll keep trying to do what we do, just with interference, I guess.
Yeah, we got a war in the Northeast. I've been away a couple weeks now, 3 weeks now, but it's been brutal. It is no end in sight, really. FL. Host, helping hands have joined the war with, helping the host, and fucking insane.
And that's what I mean. It is difficult to know what's going on. It is really difficult to.
Yeah, groups you wouldn't expect to ally with each other. Complete opposite sides of the province, and they're helping each other out.
But sometimes, I think because of what goes on, it pushes them in that direction when they don't necessarily want to go in that direction. If I'm honest, like people getting accused of stuff that they're not doing, so they're getting attacked because they're doing it, and they're not doing it, so they might as well do it. In their mind, because they're damned if they do, damned if they don't.
Well, what had happened is started this conflict with the hosts because they shot British Paul. British Paul's dead. And, you know, we started openly advocating for hostilities against the host because they're acting on Forsaken Loyalist behalf in the Northeast. We declared war on the Spuds radio show.
Yeah.
And then the Helping Hands came and blew up our embassy because, I don't know, they were acting on behalf of the host, we think. Didn't understand it at all. They were spotted in the area. They thought they could get away with it. So we responded and bombed their front gate, you know, and we said, this can be the end of it. Leave it. Don't come back to the Northeast. You know, a week later, they're back in full force, 8 of them with explosives, and we had a 5-hour gunfight. Yeah, it's been out of control. And then after that, Blackthorn joins the fight. They're up in the Northeast attacking us every day. You know, and we think it's because they're close with the Helping Hands, but we don't know.
Well, again, were any of the Helping Hands other than armbands, were they identified? Do you know, as in individuals, were they identified?
Yeah. Oh, you mean the original bombing? So it's kind of nuanced. We had them in Chernarus the night before, and they were very upset with us because somebody got shot at the well, and they were yelling at us, "Why don't you do something?" Blah blah blah. And then the next morning, like a few hours later, our gate was blown open, and we had eyewitnesses that identified. They didn't have armbands on, but they were the same looking people. Like one guy in all leather who was seen the night before, one woman who was seen the night before, and another guy who was seen the night before. You know, so and they're counting on us not being able to identify them.
Yeah, because I mean, obviously we know them fairly well, and I'm not sure if there's anyone that wears leather, but that's just, or they haven't. If they have, they haven't done for a long while. But
okay.
But now you know it is. It's difficult because there are people. I mean, we had people who managed to get in here and put our raincoat and armband on and went and attacked the Legionnaires. And they found our yeah. So they're able to get in through suspicious means. They didn't come through legitimately, but they were trying to cause chaos as well.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like there can be ranks in each group that don't share information with each other, or they do things on the back end.
Yeah.
You know, tarnishing their group's name. And that's what's happening with hosts. You know, their whole security team is the one that's doing all these shady dealings with the Forsaken Loyalists. Meanwhile, their hunters and their traders who are in their ranks don't know any better. And they're getting caught in the middle of this war now because of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that must be, you know, difficult thing because if you know, and that's where if you're genuinely saying, well, I don't know what you're talking about, but other people know other stuff from other means, it just ends up in a massive argument because we're not doing what you're saying. Well, we know you are, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, and we sent a radio broadcast out on the Spud show, the Tower, and I don't know if you get that channel down here.
Yeah, we can't
Great
always.
show.
Yeah, we can't
Great
always
show.
hear the the both sides. We can only hear Spud. Yeah.
Right. And yeah, we made it clear that there's a war in the Northeast, and the war can end if the leadership gives themselves up, and you know the lower ranking members, you know, if they give their leaders up who are doing these things, we can let the host continue with the right people in charge. And after that, Apache, is that his name? Apache of the host, he left the host. He burned his armbands in the fire with witnesses and came to us and said that he doesn't like the direction they're going. He's gone. He's not running with them anymore.
Oh.
So it's working. We just gotta stick with it a little longer, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, Thank you so much for the stuff. I'm gonna head to the Legionnaires, see if I can get a boat before the sun goes down here.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. Safe journeys. You know, we're here if you ever need us. You know, we'll.
It's always a pleasure stopping by here. I really appreciate the help. I'm gonna pay you back one day.
Yeah, again, we don't, you know, we appreciate it, but we do it because we, you know, if we're in a position where we can, we try to. Sometimes we can't. You know, if we've been, you know, pinned in here, we might not have food, but we'll try and give up what we can.
Good to see the storm didn't keep you down. I know that blew away a lot of people's buildings.
Yeah, it'll never stop us. It'll just slows us down quite a lot, you know.
I'm gonna eat this dog.
So we have got the oven down by the fishing spot. We haven't got one downstairs because last storm we had claymores and bear traps placed in that one beneath my feet.
Really?
Yeah.
No meat from this thing.
It probably got hit too many times, I would guess. It is a...
Okay, well, I'm gonna fill up at this well
Yep.
and go see the Legionnaires.
Yep, well, safe journey. Always a pleasure.
Hey, Rusty.
Yep.
God bless you. We'll see you soon, alright?
Yep, see you later. I still don't sort of believe their thing about the honest coin. It could be true, but I don't know. It would have been more possible. I know what he means, you know, because some of them might get up to stuff, but I don't think they do. If they do, they do it as a whole. And I know Mufasa was quite adamant that nothing went on. He was quite adamant. I can't help it. I run on too much, don't I? When I get in my flow state, I think they call it. When I get in my flow state, I can't help it. So it's interesting. So the host and them are at war. I still think you have to live as a group, you know, and this is what causes a lot of the issues. You know, we live this way because we do, but you should live this way as well because that's how we do it. So the cult are back, you know, in force up north, so they're... Because the Merrymen didn't like us.
Rusty.
Hello, hello.
There's a... You up there still?
Yeah, yeah.
There's a fucking note at this well here. I'll give it to you.
Does it say how bad we are? Is it?
Yeah, it does.
So that is, yeah. I mean, they are on wells from Beraziki all the way round and inland as well. And there's some elements
really targeting you. Wow.
Yeah. This is, and you know, this is where it's a matter of perspective. Complicit, supplying bandits. Yeah, you know, like I said to you, there is a bit of self-preservation in this, because we couldn't sustain wars. It's not sustainable for us as a group. So if we try to err on the side of caution, we are unable to help as many people as we can. And the main people we try to help, well, anybody, but especially the people who are new. You know, the people who are new are the ones we may miss out on. But you know, because if you were a new person, you got shot at the well here, which has happened, and now we can't confirm if it was them, but it wouldn't surprise me. You won't come back here, so we miss the opportunity on trying to assist somebody. That's the real crime here, in my mind. Not giving somebody a piece of fish. Now, they might not be popular, but if we start to frisk people or start to question people, they're not going to come back, or they're going to resent it. You know, we want this to be like an open space where people can, like the industrial, people are free to loot the industrial. We're not fussed about that. But when you read this, and I don't want to get into sort of like the nitty gritty, but they claim to be, but they are merely foundations of the fortress. You know, we've had to fortify this from them. Normally, we have to worry about base jumpers, but we've been having to fortify this to make it safe for people downstairs. They threw, and this is how far I think they've gone, unfortunately. We were up at the Helping Hands a while ago, and this was before it all started kicking off. So last season, I was in the barn and I looked out and I saw someone in a bush, and I went, "There's someone in a bush." The next thing, there's an explosion outside. The grenade that they threw bounced off and didn't go through the window. And I think it was Irish and Mr. Churches. So Mr. Churches was, I think, in the tree line shooting down, and Irish tried to throw a grenade through. They did not care who was in that barn. That's how worrying it is.
Wow.
Now, you could say they didn't know. No, they did not care who was in that barn. They didn't care. And again, Irish is slightly different to Mr. Churches, but
I was gonna say Irish seemed very level-headed last time I was in Pusta.
Yeah. Now, you know, he's he's got his own reasons as well. But I think that is the worrying thing, that they don't care who gets caught in the crossfire, because from Mr. Church's mouth, there's no innocence. There's no innocence anymore. You know, you're either complicit or you either do what he does or you're complicit. That's black and white in his eyes. There's no grey areas. And sometimes you need that, but other times, you know, throwing a random grenade through your enemy's window when they do help new people and other people, and not caring who was in there, you know, they're just collateral damage. That's the worrying thing. You know, we get shot at because we've got beef. We'll deal with that. But when people are getting shot, have you met Jag Rivers, the lighthouse keeper?
No.
So the lighthouse just over to the south east a little bit. The lighthouse is closest to us. Him and Tom maintain the lighthouses round the coast. He's got shot leaving here, and his words yesterday was, well, he shouldn't have been there. And he wears a sailor's cap, mountain backpack. He's quite distinguishable even at distance. But yeah, so anybody, you know, you could get shot leaving here because you may be complicit. That's the worrying thing. You know, us getting shot at, you know, it happens from crackheads, or it happens from scallywags, or it happens from them. We can sort of get by that, but when anybody who comes past here should know better, and they don't heed the notes that they're leaving at the wells, you're going to be a target. And that's the worrying thing.
Wow. Well, I mean, if Churches ever catches me out there, I hope he'll hear me out.
He will. I'm sure he will.
Cordial last time I saw him.
I'm sure he will. And again, if you do, you know, if you are, I'm not saying if you are, but you are assisting him what he believes in, you'll be fine. But my worry is if there's another group added to it that you don't mind, that he deems as being just as bad. That's the worrying point. If that list starts to grow, you know, a group that you may get on with, he may have something against them in his bigger plans, and then that puts you in that position. That's the thing, and I think that might be slightly different. But you know, if you can keep on his good side, brilliant. You know, and again, that's something you're doing anyway. You're not doing it just to appease him. So that's you're doing what your group does.
Well, look, if I hear anything, I'm gonna come back and talk to you, Rusty. This is concerning.
Yeah, like I say, please don't put yourself in any issue or anything like that, because I say we'll deal the best we can with what we've got. We don't like getting other people unnecessarily involved, but yeah, hear him out. I mean, we see these notes all over. I mean, these were printed today, so they've obviously been down there watching us, and they've come down and put them on the well. And again, they are quite convincing if you didn't know, you know, and there'll be elements of truth, but it's all that matter of perspective, you know.
Yeah.
And that's all we say. It's, you know, it's easy to judge another group if you don't live like them. You might not want to, but we choose to survive a certain way, and that's what we try to maintain, you know. And if you can go far enough back, and for the most part, all groups are guilty of something that they may forget conveniently when it comes to getting called out on something. You know, it's for the benefit of your group. That is, you know, things may have happened in the past that people aren't proud of,
about that.
but it was a necessity. You know,
I lost an eye with the Forsaken Loyalists from things that happened a year ago that I thought were so inconsequential, you know, and they come back to bite you. You never know. Okay, I'm taking off.
Yeah.
I'll see you soon, Rusty.
Yeah, safe journey again. Yeah, Roy, dick. Now, welcome in. Should I say welcome in? Yeah, it is really interesting. And again, there will be elements of truth. There will be elements of truth in some things, and it's all that matter of perspective, you know. And I'm a big believer, you know, people have got different emotional attachments to stuff. I said it again today as well. And that's what it's about. It's easy to think, oh, we're not going to do this, but the emotional attachment will change the way you think. It will absolutely change the way you think. And you know, nobody would be wrong for having that mentality. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. And I think the longer you're in the server, you do build up, you know, you do build up different opinions on things. You know, like, I think somebody said it yesterday, I'm not a fan of how FL does business. You know, I'm not as a, you know, as a survivor, because they do they do what people say, and if they tolerate you because you're useful. You know, I've never been a fan of, see, that bug's come back again with the yeah, they do, you know, they do it, but I also understand that some things happen through necessity because it's the best thing to do at the time. You know, so you have to sometimes put your prejudices to one side for the benefit of the group. You know, and once you understand the bigger picture, it may help. Is that a deer? Yeah, it may help. You know, it may help people in the long run. Well, I think when we get the hot tub put up here and filled full of jelly, gravy, or baked beans, then we can have like wrestling sessions. You know, we can wrestle it out. I think that would calm everybody down. Yeah, custard, baked beans, barbecue sauce, I guess. Yeah, you could have like we could wrestle it out instead of hugging it out. We could wrestle it out. And again, so I don't know too much about any of the groups up north really, but if that's what if that's what they do, that's what they do. You know, but that's when people start to try and push their views onto you because of their interaction. Yeah, I don't know if you realised earlier, but when I put that posting upstairs, I trapped Jack behind it and he couldn't get out. He was stuck there for 10 minutes. But yeah, that is the thing. It's you know, sometimes you have to, or no, there's two ways. You either leave the group if you're that adamant and you're that dead set in your views. You either leave the group, or you know, you put your prejudice to one side because for the benefit of the group is worth it. But if your principles and your morals are that dead set, leave. You know. But us having that understanding that some things, you know, say for example, you need a box of nails desperately to put a gate on because you can't, you know, you've got your stashes all being dug up and stuff like that. Would you, you know, if somebody has nails and you had an epoxy, would you give it to them just to get nails? Probably. You know, and I think most groups, and this is what I was alluding to there, most groups have done similar. Not everybody, but most groups would have done similar when they needed to, and they conveniently forget that. Or it was different. But it's bringing us all, well, it's bringing us all together again. So it's actually, I did take a screenshot, but I haven't got that note about the different groups. But it's good, you know, and I think some people do stand for what they believe in, you know, as in 100% black and white. But I think, yeah, like the shooty groups is the shooty groups are what they do, so that comes natural to them. That being a response, if you don't do what we say, or we're going to shoot first, and they're not wrong. They're not wrong, because in their situation it works for them. They don't care if they shoot the wrong person occasionally. It's just a necessity. Rather than losing one of their people, they'll shoot first, and if it is a mistake, they may apologise. They might say, well, you shouldn't have been doing X, Y, and Z. Whereas us, we tend to get shot more because we're less likely to do that. And I'm a terrible shot. But I think that may be the time. We just need some more cam nets, which will make it a little bit more difficult. Yeah, that was after a steak dinner and 2 bottles of wine, though. Oh, other Nayland, sorry. Sorry, I got confused then. It's been the apocalypse. It's been a long time. I've got a double meaning. Yeah, thanks for popping in, and thanks for the interactions. Again, it just makes the game. We all like DayZ, but this is so different, and it's not for everybody. They don't, but yeah, it gives the game so much more purpose for me. Yeah, give me so much, gives it so much more, purpose. But yeah, I shall leave it there. I mean, it's quite crikey. So the cult are up and running. The bagheads, I think, are on the move. There's so much going on, and you can run through the map and not see any of it. That is the great thing. Or the bad thing, because you might not see any of it, but there's so much going on all the time. Yeah. Right, you just appreciate the nailing. That's all you appreciate. And obviously Irish with his little thing he likes to get up to. But, yeah. Yeah, so things are still chaotic, and we'll get there. We'll get there in the end. But yeah, thank you all so very, very much for watching. It is always appreciated. We'll carry on with this tomorrow. Yeah, thanks all for watching. And I shall sweat now, because it's now still 22 degrees, or still warm, still muggy. But yeah, I'll catch you later. Thanks so much for watching. Enjoy the